Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. This is Pamela, and you are watching Pam Entertainment TV, where we review movies, television series, and incidents in pop culture. You all hit that like button. Y'all, looks like Baldoni has struck back in the Southern District of New York. He has filed from what it appears to be, a defamation lawsuit. Let's see. Here we go. So let's go ahead and add that to the screen. We're going to do the variety. Y'all, the lawsuit is 179 pages. I don't want this stream to be that long. So if we can read 2.5 hours, 3 hours at the most, we'll be good. Once it gets to that mark, I'll just go down and read the end part of it. But it is a lot. There is a lot of exhibits. The exhibits are thrown into the lawsuit. So what I wanted to do is do an overview and then we'll get into what it is. So let's see. So this is Variety, written by Gene Mattis. Justin Baldoni sues Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds for $400 million. Alleges they sought to destroy him. Okay, so we'll just read the first sentence. It says, Justin Baldoni sues Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds on Thursday, alleging that the Hollywood power couple hijacked his film. And as we read in his complaint with the New York Times, he alluded to this fact. In the 179-page complaint filed in the Southern District of New York, Baldoni and his publicist accused Lively and Reynolds of civil extortion, defamation, and invasion of privacy. The suit seeks at least $400 million in damages. Now, you know how I am. I'm nosy. So it says here the net worth of Ryan Reynolds is $350 million. And her net worth is $30 million. So, baby, he sued him. He taking all their money. And I like to be fair. And Justin Baldoni's net worth. Does he not have a net worth? His net worth is $4 million. Okay. All right. So I wanted to do this article really quick. And this is just says it's breaking down the Justin Baldoni. What? All right. So this article is basically going over the breakdown of the lawsuit, this 179-page lawsuit, and we're just going to hit the bullet points. So this was written by Mike Volpel, breaking down Justin Baldoni's new lawsuit. Bullet point number 1, Justin Baldoni experienced dealing with Blake Lively's dragons. At one point in the process of making It Ends With Us, Lively seemingly sent Baldoni a new script for the infamous rooftop scene in the book, adapted from the novel by Colleen Hoover. When the actor expressed mild resistance to the idea, he allegedly received pressure from Reynolds, 48, and an unnamed mega celebrity friend to approve the new. Who is the mega celebrity friend? Did they depot him, strong arm him? What is going on? Okay, so that was the first bullet point that they have. Did Blake Lively read It Ends With Us book? According to Baldoni, Lively had a fundamental lack of understanding of the book. Hoover, 45, originally wrote that inspired the movie. This came as no surprise to her worried colleagues, given that even well into production, Lively had not even read the book. That's why she didn't, in the interview that I saw her in, she didn't appear to be, she didn't appear to understand what was going. I mean, she was talking clearly about something else besides the movie. Lively suggested that Justin Baldoni needs a nose job. In court documents, Baldoni recalled filming a scene with Lively where she apologized for the smell of her spray tan and body makeup. Baldoni responded, "It smells good," and continued acting. In Lively's paperwork filed last night, she told a different story about Baldoni's remark, claiming at one point he leaned forward and slowly dragged his lips from her ear down to her neck and said, "It smells so good." None of this was remotely in character or based on any dialect in the script, and nothing needed to be said because, again, there was no sound. Let's see. I don't want to read any more of that because we're going to get it in the lawsuit. Blake Lively serves her lawsuit when Justin Baldoni evacuates wildfires. Okay. Because remember, this was a point of contention in my last thing, because one point said that she filed it, and then we saw something else that said that he filed some information on the day of the evacuation. So did they both file stuff at the day of evacuation? I tell you, PR teams, this is according to court document, Lively served her lawsuit on Baldoni as he evacuated his home during the recent Los Angeles wildfires earlier this month. On a day when defendants were gathering their kids and pets, preparing go bags, monitoring evacuation orders, or while fearing for their lives, Lively, from the safety of her penthouse in New York, deployed process servers in the midst of these troubling times. Baldoni's teams alleged in the court documents. Blake Lively didn't meet with domestic violence organization. According to court documents, 1% of the film's proceeds would be donated in support of survivors of domestic abuse. No More, an organization dedicated to ending domestic and SA by increasing awareness, inspiring action, and fueling culture change, would be chosen as the recipient. Baldoni's team alleged in court documents that Lively refused the opportunity to meet with No More, despite playing the lead role in a movie centered on themes of survival and resilience in the face of domestic violence. He also claimed Lively was irresponsible with her promotion of the film, pointing out that her alcohol line, Betty Booze, was involved in some of the marketing, which he found problematic as DV statistics link alcohol and abuse. Unbelievably, Lively made this harmful and irresponsible message worse by naming a drink at her premiere after party, "While You Wait," he wrote in documents. Okay, we're going to see those. The next bullet point, Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni's friendship early in the process. Before Lively found herself in legal battle with her It Ends With Us co-star, Baldoni recalled the days when their working relationship grew closer, with the actors knowing his tea order based on text messages. So we'll read those. Baldoni and Lively shared stories and pictures from their lives, commiserated over family illnesses, and exchanged jokes and memes. So they were getting together, trying to get to know each other as they were prepared to be actors on the screen. They had friendly text, okay? Blake Lively's expensive taste in fashion. Lively allegedly ignored the director's vision for her character when picking out her clothes. At one point, Lively insisted that her character had money and could afford $5,000 shoes despite being a fledgling small business owner. According to the lawsuit, Lively often refused to participate in wardrobe fittings at a production office 15 minutes from her home. Instead, she insisted that the costume department pack up the wardrobe. Okay, we read that in his lawsuit with the New York Times. All right. We're going to stop sharing that information. And I need to, we'll just make them smaller. Okay. So let's get in here for what you all are here for. We're going to go over this lawsuit. And real quickly, you see page 1 of 179. I do not think that I'm going to be able to read 179 pages in 2.5 hours. So once we get close to that 2-hour mark, when we get to that 2-hour mark, if I hadn't made a substantial dent in this, then we definitely will go back and look further to see what the causes of actions are. Okay. All right, let's see if we can make this bigger. All right, here we go. This was filed January 16th, 2025 in the United States District Court of Southern District of New York. So it's filed in the same place that Blake Lively filed her lawsuit. And the plaintiffs are Wayfarer Studios, a Delaware limited liability company, Justin Baldoni, an individual, Jamie Heath, an individual. It ends with a movie, LLC, a California limited liability company, Melissa Nathan, an individual, and Jennifer Abel, an individual. So looks like we have Wayfarer Studios, we have the movie itself, we have Justin and Jamie, and we have the two public relations ladies, Melissa Nathan and Jennifer Abel, and they are suing Blake Lively, an individual, Ryan Reynolds, an individual, Leslie Sloan, an individual, and Vision PR Incorporated, a New York corporate. So they're suing. And again, I read over earlier, Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds are worth a total of, just going through their net worth, about $380 million. Unsure about Leslie Stone and Vision PR. And then we have, I just pulled up Justin Baldoni. He has a net worth of $4 million. Who is TS? I'm unfamiliar with who TS is. Let's see. I just heard the TS was in the room, allegedly, when BL wanted to change the ending. And TS was being a friend and supported BL, allegedly. Taylor Swift. So that's the big name person that was also in the room. Oh, thank you so much, Loyalty 55. Oh. Oh. Well, we're going to get into this because, see, this is getting to be a mess. Do you think that was an intimidation thing because Taylor Swift showed up? Baby, let's continue. And I have a new mic, so y'all let me know if you can hear me. You hear me well, because I'm trying to read and turn and do all this other stuff. All right, here we go. Plaintiffs, Wayfarer Studios, an LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, Justin Baldoni, an individual, Jamie Heath, an individual. It ends with us. Movie LLC, a California limited liability company, Melissa Nathan, an individual, Jennifer Abel, an individual, a California limited liability company, collectively plaintiffs, bring their claim for damages against Blake Lively, an individual, Ryan Reynolds, an individual, Leslie Sloan, an individual, and Vision PR Incorporated, a New York corporation, and alleges as follows. And this is the introduction. So let's read what they're talking about. The following is not a story plaintiffs ever wished to tell. Unfortunately, defendant Blake Lively had unequivocally left them with no choice, not only to set the record straight in response to Lively's accusation, but also to put spotlight on the parts of Hollywood that they have dedicated their careers in being antithesis of. That task was always going to be an uphill battle. They never imagined they would encounter it to this degree. Had Lively chosen to merely ride out the self-inflicted press catastrophe she faced in August 2024, the public would likely have moved on and never known the truth about her. They would have never known that she deliberately and systematically robbed plaintiffs Justin Baldoni, Wayfarer Studios, of their movie. No one except the parties involved would have known that she used threats and extortion to relegate the colleagues she once highly praised to a basement to sit out their own premiere while she enjoyed the spotlight of a premiere and after party that was ultimately co-financed by both Wayfarer and Sony. She would have gotten away with this. I'm sorry. That just sounds like Scooby-Doo. Meddling kids, and I would have got away with it. I'm sorry. She would have gotten away with these things and more because Baldoni focused entirely on seeing the film succeed, would have held his tongue as he had through the year and half of that Lively tormented him as he had through the year and a half that Lively tormented him, his family, and his partners. But Lively could not tolerate her publicly tainted image for even a moment, and further could not accept it would entirely was her own making. She needed a scapegoat. And rather than admit and take accountability for her own mishap, she chose to blame plaintiffs in a malicious and unforgivable public manner. When she and Reynolds could not force Baldoni and Wayfarer to read a statement she and her representative prepared, extorting them to take accountability in defense of Lively's action, she lay in wait for months, preparing to publicly attack Baldoni by falsely claiming that he had sexually harassed her. The same falsified story she had calculatingly devised and used throughout the production of this film in order to take control were now being used publicly to destroy Baldoni and plaintiffs. Lively stole Wayfarer's movie, hijacked Wayfarer's premiere, destroyed plaintiffs' personal and professional reputation and livelihood, and aimed to drive plaintiffs out of business entirely. It further appears that Lively worked for months with the equally powerful New York Times to prepare a false and damaging narrative to deploy against plaintiffs. Not surprisingly, Lively prepared an administrative complaint with the Civil Rights Department in California in an attempt to use the litigation privilege to shield her behind the scenes conspiracy with the New York Times. But upon information and belief, the CRD complaint was filed only after defendants spent months feeding falsehoods to the New York Times, intending that they be disseminated to damage plaintiffs. Lively delivered the CRD complaint to plaintiffs over the Christmas holiday, and rather than promptly file a lawsuit, Lively, on information and belief, leaked the typically private CRD complaint to the public, utilizing the New York Times as conduit for her revenge. This CRD complaint, and upon information and belief, the false information delivered to the New York Times before the CRD complaint was filed, was rife with lies and doctored evidence. Lively then waited 11 days to file suit against plaintiffs in what seems to be a desperate move after the public questioned why she had never filed a civil lawsuit. On information and belief, Lively never intended to file a civil lawsuit, which would have triggered plaintiffs' right to discovery, including obtaining evidence and deposing Lively under oath. By the time Lively actually filed a lawsuit against plaintiffs, the damage to plaintiffs was done by virtue of Lively's months of colluding with the New York Times on a false and malicious narrative, unshielded by any privilege. Make no mistake, these actions were deliberate. I think some lawyers would have had a life as a romance novel, because they use these words and it makes it so it just seems, I don't know, they just would have had a good life as a romance novelist. Plaintiffs now have no choice but to fight back, armed with only the truth and the mountain of concrete evidence disproving Lively's allegations. Heartbreakingly, a film that Baldoni envisioned years ago would honor the survivors of domestic violence by telling their story with the lofty goal of making a positive impact in the world has now been overshadowed beyond recognition solely as a result of Lively actions and cruelty. Now, we do know that that film that was produced was made it made 300 and something $1 million in the box office. They do. Very descriptive words. Very descriptive words. Let's continue. Lively wields immense power as one of the world's best-known celebrities. In 2024, she used that power to seize control of the film It Ends With Us, produced and co-financed by plaintiff Wayfarer and directed by Baldoni, who also portrayed the lead Ryle. She set out to destroy plaintiffs' livelihood and businesses if they did not bend to her incessant demands, and when they refused to give way, she did exactly that, accusing them of foul and reprehensible sexual misconduct. Wayfarer was blindsided when Lively, upon the conclusion of the industry strikes, refused to return to the production absent the company's agreeing to her non-negotiable, quote, protection for return to production. That insinuated misconduct had occurred during filming, which, as evidence will establish, did not. Wayfarer was equally blindsided when Lively leveraged this document, essentially signed under duress, to seize control of the film, ultimately getting her own cut of the film and a coveted PGA mark, and at her command, ousting Baldoni from all marketing and promotional efforts, with many of the cast members and author of whom he will, with many of the cast members and the author, all of whom he, until then, had long-standing positive relationships with. Lively exclusion of Baldoni from the promotion of the film backfired, as she chose to callously promote her hair care and alcoholic beverage products rather than bring attention to survivors of domestic violence. The entire premise of the film, Baldoni, now prohibited from attending events or taking photos with Lively and the cast, promoted the film as he had always intended, even ever since. Wait a minute, let me read that again. Lively's exclusion of Baldoni from the promotion of the film backfired, as she chose to callously promote her hair care and alcoholic beverage products rather than bring attention to survivors of domestic violence. The entire premise of the film, Baldoni, now prohibited from attending events or taking photos with Lively and the cast, promoted the film as he had always intended, ever since he first began the process of making the film years ago. So she promoted her hair care line, she promoted her alcohol beverage, she promoted all the things that she wanted to promote that was going on with Blake Lively and whatever her company's names are at that time. And she did not promote the premise of the film. So let's continue. This is what they're alleging so far. When Lively faced significant public backlash from what was often referred as to her tone deaf and insensitive press tour for the film, she doubled down on her false and misleading accusations against Baldoni. She seemed determined to make Baldoni the real-life villain in her story. Her publicist, Leslie Sloan, went so far as to propagate malicious stories portraying Baldoni as a sexual predator, a term Lively's husband, Ryan Reynolds, also used to describe Baldoni when he called Baldoni's own agent. Interesting. Modern society justly reviles sexual harassers and abusers, and Lively knew full well that making those allegations would be a career death sentence for plaintiffs, especially given that Baldoni has lived his private and public life as an impassionate advocate for gender equality and healthy masculinity. She did not expect, however, that plaintiffs would be able to meet those allegations with concrete documentary evidence, disproving her claims and demonstrating that they, not Lively, were the targets of a calculated and vitriolic smear campaign. That evidence, including in part herein, is the basis for plaintiffs' claims against defendants for their extortion, defamation, and further wrongdoing. The film was the hotly anticipated adaptation of a worldwide best-selling book by Colleen Hoover, and by starring in it as Lily, Lively stood to enhance her already considerable star power. But she was not content merely to headline one of the year's biggest movies. Instead, apparently, driven by an overwhelming ambition and need for control, Lively eventually leveraged her power as a wealthy celebrity to wrest the reins from her co-star and the film's director, Baldoni, insisting on total control over every aspect of the film she can get her hands on. So let me read this footnote right here. In an early meeting, so this is for her need for control. In an early meeting with Baldoni, Lively foreshadowed what was to come, stating, "I'm afraid you have too much power," referencing Baldoni's dual role as producer and director. This statement made an early impact on Baldoni, who felt compelled to reassure her the relationship would be collaborative and went above and beyond to make it so. This was not an invitation to sideline him and his producing partners. Baby, if you knew what you knew, you would have made sure that she had stayed in the role that she had contractually set up to be in, which was the actress. All right. From wardrobe to marketing strategy to music, even creating her own cut of the film. And my understanding that it was her cut of the film that was seen in theaters. Not only did Lively's power play cost numerous people their jobs, but at every turn, her wrong-headed creative decisions reflected her fundamental lack of understanding of the book the film was based on. This came as no surprise to her worried colleagues, given that even well into production, Lively had not even read the book. So this is a September 14th text message from Baldoni to Heath. Something that we are rooting to see her fulfill. After rereading the book, which had 150 pages to build their relationship, we have combined scenes to heighten the stakes for Ryle in pursuit of Lily, utilizing humor and his desire to sleep with her. While I understand Blake's reason for not wanting to read the book does a very good job in getting in Lily's mind during her interactions with Ryle and setting up the why behind her attraction to him, which ultimately helps us understand why she stays in the end. And I will put this note out to you all. They have text messages and letters and stuff all thrown in here. It's not in the back as an exhibit. It's all thrown in here. So we will be reading all of that information as well. Lively's disastrous marketing efforts and tone-deaf press interviews and appearances backfired and led to widespread criticism of Lively's promotional approach to the film's highly sensitive focus on domestic violence. Past videos of Lively resurfaced online, videos that appeared to solidify public perception that Lively was an insensitive mean girl who cared more about peddling her products than acknowledging the domestic violence survivor community. Social media commenters quickly pointed out that her tie-in of her alcohol beverages was in particularly poor taste, given the World Health Organization estimates that 55% of domestic violence incidents are linked to alcohol. Unbelievably, Liley made this harmful and irresponsible message worse by naming a drink at her premiere after party, While You Wait, after the character who committed domestic violence in the film. The suggestion that Wayfarer caused the online backlash against her is absurd given the evidence of her own insensitivity. So let's read this footnote. Lively later claimed she read the book, but text evidence show that well into the production she had not, and in fact expressed she had chosen not to read the book. She even tried to Google the color of her character's hair rather than pick up the book. Sadly, this backlash could have been avoided had she not refused to meet with the film's domestic violence partner organization, nomore.org, as Baldoni offered. Even a brief visit to their website or a simple online search would have readily uncovered this and other information on the topic of domestic violence. Meanwhile, Baldoni, whom Lively herself had ensured was excluded from participating in her marketing efforts, was safeguarded from this backlash as he refused on amplifying the voices of those affected by domestic violence, as originally intended when he reached out to author Colleen Hoover, 5 years older, and documented by his partnership with nomore.org dating back to 2022. Baldoni's sincere efforts were well received, even more so in contrast with Lively's campaign to downplay the premise of the film and sell hair care and alcohol products. Lively, enraged that her plans were foiled. See, there you go. All I'm thinking about is Scooby-Doo. And armed with proof of alleged sexual harassment in the form of a 17-point list of demands she had required plaintiffs to sign just months earlier, focused her rage on Baldoni, blaming him for the consequences of her own missteps. Meanwhile, Stephanie Jones, founder of Jones Work LLC, Wayfarers and Baldoni's erstwhile PR firm, was embroiled in a personal and professional crisis. Her increasingly erratic behavior had driven away not only high-profile clients, but also her right-hand woman, plaintiff Jennifer Abel, who oversaw the Jones Works Los Angeles office. Jones' behavior grew more and more bizarre as she lashed out at loyal clients like Wayfarer in rage-filled rants and veered away from professional experience and strategy when making critical decisions after Jones Works clients. After a final outburst against Wayfarer in which she outright refused to comply with their direct instructions, Wayfarer had no choice but to cut ties with Jones and Jones Work rather than leave their public image in the hands of what appeared to be an out-of-control Jones, whose actions were not aligned with Wayfarer and Baldoni's worldviews and wishes. Jones was filled with impotent rage at Wayfarer and at Abel, who a month before had announced her decision to leave Jones Work to form her own company. Jones, who saw an opportunity for revenge, she took it. On information and belief, Jones, Lively, Reynolds, and Leslie Sloan, Lively's publicist, and others concocted a plan where Jones would seize Abel's phone upon her departure and mine it for messages that, stripped of context, could be used to concoct a false narrative that the disastrous press coverage of Lively's callous and opportunistic comments and the public's reaction to those comments were not Lively's fault at all. Oh, okay. Because sometimes I'm reading so fast, I'm not getting the context. Okay, let me go back up here. Jones would seize Abel's phone upon her departure and mine it for messages that, stripped of context, could be used to concoct a false narrative that the disastrous press coverage of Lively's callous and opportunistic comments and the public's reaction to those comments were not Lively's fault at all, but the result of a calculated, though in reality non-existent, smear campaign by Baldoni and his team. On the information and belief, Jones's roles in the scheme accounts for her conspicuous absence from Lively's retelling of events. Plaintiffs are informed and believed that defendants have been working in concert since at least August 21st, 2024, when Sloan boasted to Nathan that she had seen her text and that Nathan would soon be sued. That seems quite, because we do know that somewhere in there was an article written about Stephanie Jones in a paper somewhere, in a magazine somewhere, about how she lost certain clients. So I just wanted to put that out there. I don't have the article. I think it's with the New York Times, whoever the article was with. I wasn't willing to pay to get the article, to read the article, but there is there was an article written about that, and that's where a lot of the conflict was coming from, because the Wayfarer team, as is read in this complaint, wanted Jones to do A, B, C, D, and E, but she was like, no, I don't want to do that. And then ultimately she fired the Abel girl, who I still think was doing way too much, but that's just my opinion. And once she got her phone, she was able to give that information to Blake Lively's team. But crazy enough, she still wanted to get paid from the Wayfarer team for them, for her giving out other information. But let's continue. Though Lively claimed Baldoni was the one smearing her, the reality is that it was Lively and her team who carefully planned and implemented a vile smear campaign against Baldoni and Wayfarer to deflect attention and blame for Lively's disastrous misjudgments. Lively would recast herself as the long-suffering martyr by portraying Baldoni and Wayfarer as her persecutors, the masterminds behind a smear campaign that evidence will show did not exist. Defendant Sloan of Vision PR was all too willing to carry out this strategy, especially once armed with ammunition by Jones, who was bent on revenge against her ex-employee and former client. Footnote here: while it's not entirely uncommon to request that an exiting employee return company property, it is not often that the case that personal phone numbers and communications are seized, made public, and weaponized against the employee and company owned client. Shortly after the film's premiere and the public backlash against Lively, together with her husband, defendant Ryan Reynolds, demanded through their talent agency, which also represents Wayfarer and Baldoni, that plaintiffs publicly apologize for so-called mistakes during production in order to deflect the avalanche of negative media coverage of Lively. Let me read that again so I could be clear about this. Shortly after the film's premiere and the public backlash against Lively, together with her husband, defendant Ryan Reynolds, demanded through their talent agency, which also represented Wayfarer and Baldoni, that plaintiffs publicly apologize for so-called mistakes during production in order to deflect the avalanche of negative media coverage of Lively. Reynolds and Lively drafted a statement and demanded that Baldoni, Wayfarer, and Heath issue that statement, requiring them to apologize to the public and fall on their sword despite having done nothing wrong, or else the gloves would come off. Multiple WME WME executives acknowledged that in their experience, Lively and Reynolds' threats were not to be taken lightly, though admitting to false, vague, and unspecified mistakes would be tantamount to admitting to career-ending misconduct. Baldoni, Wayfarer, and Heath refused to apologize for sins they had not committed. They took a stand knowing full well that Lively and Reynolds would bring the full might of their celebrity artillery against them, and that this is precisely what happened. So you mean to tell me that WME, I hope they have a copy of this letter. I want to read that letter. I want to read that letter. Because that seems odd, particularly when Baldoni is paying, Wayfarer is paying, they're paying WME just as much as Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds are paying WME. So it's like WME is playing to what are you doing? What are you doing? You're supposed to be a talent agency, and each one of your talents is supposed to be, you should have something in place when there's a conflict between the talents in your agency. There should be something in place for that. Did you not do an investigation of what happened? I don't know if that's in your purview, but Lively, working with her husband, her publicist, and Jones, among others, set out on a campaign to tar and feather plaintiffs in the press. They conspired and worked in concert with the New York Times to put out a blockbuster news report as devastating as it was false. They advanced a fabricated narrative in the press that plaintiffs had sexually harassed Lively, then embarked on a calculated and malicious smear campaign to destroy her reputation as retaliation for daring to complain about the harassment. Defendants laid their trap carefully over a period of months before springing it all at once on the eve of the winter holidays. Just as plainly, they knew full well that their claims were entirely baseless because their own wrongfully obtained evidence proved that neither the alleged sexual harassment nor the accompanying smear campaign against Lively ever existed. Yet Lively moved forward with her plan with ruthless precision, doubling down on the face of abundant evidence, casting doubt on the veracity of her story. Lively even went so far as to serve her lawsuit on the Los Angeles-based defendants as they evacuated their homes in midst of the devastating fires engulfing their city. On a day when defendants were gathering their kids and pets and preparing go bags and monitoring evacuation orders while fearing for their homes, Lively, from the safety of her penthouse in New York, deployed process servers in the midst of these troubling times. Okay. So they put in there, they have it in their particular lawsuit that they were the ones that Lively's team was the one that was serving papers. At bottom, this is not a case about celebrities snipping at each other in the press. This is a case about two of the most powerful stars in the world deploying their enormous power to steal an entire film right out of the hands of its director and production studio. Then, when Lively and Reynolds' effort failed to win them the acclaim that they believed they so richly deserved, they turned their fury on their chosen scapegoat. Tolerating a year and a half of their behavior while remaining polite and professional at every turn offered Baldoni and Wayfarer no protection. By bringing this complaint, plaintiffs commit themselves to seeking and proving the facts based not on insinuations built from selectively edited and context-free snippets, but by putting all the evidence before the court and the public. When plaintiffs have their day in court, the jury will recognize that even the most powerful celebrity cannot bend the truth to her will. Baldoni and Wayfarer purchased the rights to It Ends With Us, because I think that this is what this is all about. I think that they read this is just Pam Entertainment TV. I just think that they read the stuff allegedly. They saw that this would bring them not only some clout, but a good chunk of money. And I just think that everybody's motivation behind whatever it is that they were doing was money. So let's continue. Baldoni co-founded Wayfair in 2019. From the beginning, Wayfair was dedicated to being a different kind of studio, one that produced world-class entertainment driven by a powerful vision for change. Baldoni, whose film career was dedicated to producing and directing meaningful films to have a positive impact on the world, was deeply moved when he read the book It Ends With Us, and genuinely believed he could make a film that could save lives. His last two films were created as a result of a deep sense of responsibility to share meaningful stories. Baldoni's feature film directorial debut, 5 Feet Apart, was based on a young woman, Claire Wineland, who lived with cystic fibrosis and courageously documented her plight on YouTube. Baldoni, his family, and friends developed a friendship with Claire, whose journey deeply inspired Baldoni. Before Claire passed away, Baldoni promised he would tell her story, and he did just that in the film he directed. The film had a wide impact in the CF community, and Baldoni still received messages about the film's impact. Baldoni also supports her foundation yearly and remained close with Claire's parents, even bringing her father as a guest to the premiere of It Ends With Us. Baldoni's more recent film was the Wayfair film Clouds, a true story about a teenager with cancer, Zach Zobiech, who finds joyful purpose and inspiration in music. In pursuit of that same vision, in 2019, Wayfair acquired the film rights to It Ends With Us, a Colleen Hoover novel published in 2016. Though positioned as a romance novel, the book explored themes of domestic violence and generational patterns of abuse, and these messages resonated deeply with readers and drew a passionate fan base. In 2021, the novel exploded in popularity thanks to the social media phenomenon Book Talk, and that's over on TikTok. Many fans expressed how important the book was to them as survivors of domestic violence and intimate partner abuse. When It Ends With Us, author Colleen Hoover watched 5 Feet Apart in theaters. She told Baldoni, quote, "You are the right person to make this movie," referring to It Ends With Us. Baldoni's earlier emails to Hoover demonstrate his commitment to doing so in the manner he envisioned would be most impactful. In fact, it was Hoover who suggested Baldoni portray Wild. And so here we go. We have from Justin Baldoni, subject regarding introduction, dated February 1st, 2019, to Colleen Hoover. Hello, Colleen. Thank you for the intro. Wow, it's such a pleasure to meet you, and thank you for being open to have me potentially option your book. Some quick backstory. My purpose and intention in this insane business are simple: create impact by making content that helps us remember our shared humanity, content that asks us to be better, to make the hard choice in the moment, that one day on our deathbeds we will be grateful for. It has been a tough road, but an incredible one, as our industry doesn't often reward those of us trying to change culture. Luckily, it is the messages of those that which the content that are the reward and the lives that we have affected. I've always believed the financial reward would come, but it's not the primary motivation. As Johanna may have told you, I am building and got funding for a company whose mission is to tell high-end, meaningful stories. And I just finished my first film with my second setup at WB going this fall, based on this short doc I directed 7 years ago. Also, if you would like to see an early screening of 5 Feet Apart, I'm sure I can make this happen as well. Where are you based? I just wanted to say of the reviews, I read for this book. This one stood out to me and makes me excited to potentially work with you. Your friends love you. What a gift you have. Of all the heroines I have read, Lily was most certainly one of the ones I admired the most. I knew I loved her from the first few pages, but having finished the book, I truly couldn't be prouder of her. Her strength and conviction over the course of this story made her into a heroine I'd want every girl and woman to read about and look up to. She was so real and vulnerable as we all are, but the strength with which she took control of her life was admirable on such a deep level. I just wanted to hug her and cheer. I don't think I've ever been this proud of a fictional character before. There is an incredible, powerful message in this book that is very subtly woven in from the start. It begins in the first chapter, but you don't realize how significant each one of these moments truly are. And as you read more, these pieces of the story come together, forming a scenario that gives such a raw, honest portrayal of an incredibly relevant story. I'm not mentioning it on purpose because I don't want you to expect it. The fact that it is unexpected for you as the reader is very important because it also unexpected for the heroine. As she begins to realize what kind of situation she's in, so do you. And this realization much allows you to experience her journey with her. Yes, please send over an ebook, but I also just purchased it on paperback as I like supporting authors. Looking forward, Justin. On April 11, 2019 at 5 p.m., Justin Baldoni wrote, Colleen, I'm finally coming up for air from the release of the film, but still shooting Jane for another 2 weeks. By the way, were you able to see it? Would love to know your thoughts. We actually started filming the final episode today. Crazy. So grateful. So I haven't been able to get It Ends With Us off my mind. Such an important story. So damn romantic and beautiful and tragic and hopeful. I always say that both in art and life, all the best stories are always two things at once. And this is so much what your book is. Joy and pain, love and sorrow. You did such a beautiful job of covering incredibly difficult subject matter and playing it out in a realistic and unforgettable way. But what I love the most is the opportunity to let so many women feel seen on the screen via this particular story. I can't even imagine how many women there are who stuck in a relationship like this and via this story could find the strength to create a better life for themselves and for their children. There are so many opportunities to partner with organizations and create impact with a story like this. I love that you held nothing back from the pain of Lily and Ryle's past. I love that they really are not bad guys and that we are the sums, I guess it's supposed to be the sums of our experience and trauma. I love the opportunity for narration and the stunning and gorgeous impact of the title payoff at the end. These are the kinds of stories that change and save lives. And I believe this story in particular can continue to have a huge impact on the world. So if you will have me, I would love to option it from you. On a separate note, the screenplay 5 Feet Apart was adapted into a novel and has been on the New York Times bestsellers list since before the release of the movie last month. I know you have your charity, and I would happily donate to some signed copies for the bookworm box. Let me know what you think. Justin Baldoni. We are Wayfair. Ooh, child. So this is from Colleen. Thank you so much for the email. I wasn't expecting you to read it so quickly. I would love to talk with you about more of the project. You get the book, and that's the most important thing to me. My big fear is that I'll option it to someone who thinks it's a hot romance, and they'll take it into absolutely wrong direction. I'm going to be upfront with you about a couple of things so you can decide if you want to move forward. I've sold several film options, and I realize not all of them get made, and I'm okay with that. One of the film options was not a great experience. The producers started a fundraising campaign for the film without my knowledge or permission beforehand. It ended up taking over 100,000 from my readers. The film was never made. My option was never paid, and I ended up pulling the plug on the project, and the producers never refunded the readers their money. I felt terrible that my readers were the ones punished. So I mailed out $15,000 worth of free product to those who donated to their campaign. I wanted to be positive that crowdsourcing is not something that will be done when it comes to this film. It's important for me that a funding plan is in place that won't affect the supporters of this book. Not bad. While that experience wasn't a positive one, I had a wonderful experience working with the producer on Confess. It was a 7-episode series that was picked up by Awestruck and Go90, but unfortunately, right before it released, Go90 declared they were shutting down. Because of that, Confess was released on an already defunct platform just a week before they were scheduled to shut down. Luckily, my readers got to watch it, so not all was lost. And the overall experience was so much fun and very surreal. I didn't really have a lot of involvement beyond reading the script and getting the dailies. I just handed it over to them and let them do their thing because I was immersed in other projects at the time. It ends with us is important to me, though. I would love more involvement in this film. I actually been working on a script for it already, along with a producer friend of mine who lives in LA. Her name is blankety blank, redacted. And she is a very dear friend of mine and is a huge fan and supporter of this book. We sat down for a week and outlined it last month, but I had to put a pause on it because I'm on a deadline for this book I'm writing. We planned on picking it back up 2 weeks and diving into it. Even though I am the author, I believe I've been able to separate myself enough from the format of the book to know what would make the best setup for the film. While I do want to please the readers who have read the book, I understand the need to make a film that would equally touch those who haven't read the book. Are you based out of Los Angeles? Maybe we can meet and have a chat about our vision for the film to make sure that we're on the same page. I'm based out of Texas, but I am in LA a lot. Other than ensuring my readers won't be asked to donate to a fundraising fit for a film and hoping to have more involvement in the process when it comes to script and production, I don't really have any other requests. I realize your experience with the film far outweighs mine, and based on the magnificent adaptation you did of 5 Feet Apart, I am confident you will do this book justice and that our vision will align. I watched the film 2 nights ago and immediately started the book yesterday. Sometimes I like to do it backwards. I think you do a wonderful job, and even though I'm not finished with the book yet, I feel like the essence of it was captured beautifully through film. I wrote a book where one of the characters suffers from CF. So I've done a lot of research on the subject and thought Rachel and you did such an amazing portrayal of what carriers of CF go through. In fact, our very first donation through the Bookworm box was to the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. We donated in honor of the child of one of my readers. His name is redacted, and he's just an incredibly inspiring kid. Check out his video, and she leaves a link for that video. It is actually funny you emailed me when you did. When the email came through on my phone, I was on your website browsing Wayfair. Love the hashtag #MeToo chat. Okay, that's enough rambling. I really do appreciate the email and appreciate you taking the chance on reading the book. My readers are so ready to support this book, and it has meant so much to so many of them. So naturally, I want them to be happy. I want to bring them an adaptation they will be proud of. Did you happen to read the author's notes at the end of the novel? It's a quick read if you didn't get the chance to read it. My mother inspired the book, so maybe that's why I've been so hesitant to sell the rights in the past. Okay. That would be a reason why you'd be hesitant. I feel good about this, though I feel good about you. I've seen your past work, your passion, and your love for humanity, and I honestly feel that there is no one better for the project. Before I direct you to my agent, I just want to get your thoughts on the above. Thanks so much, Justin. I hope you and the family were able to get some vacation time in. However this work out, I love books from the bookstore. In fact, we just started a Ya box and would love to feature 5 feet apart in the subscription box if there is a way we can buy a few hundred copies at cost. Everyone needs this book in their possession. All right, so this is from Colleen Hoover regarding It Ends With Us, and this was written April 12th, 2019 to Justin. Have you given any thoughts to whether you'd want an acting role in this? Say maybe Ryle? I could see it. So she suggested he play Ryle. Interesting, but he did say that earlier. So number 24. Soon after, Wayfarer partnered with Sony to co-finance and distribute the film because that was one of the things that Colleen wanted. She didn't want him to be crowd surfing for the film and making any money or anything like that. She wanted a well-established budget before she would sign off on doing this film, releasing the rights and the options for the film. Their agreement included, at Wayfarer and Baldoni'S assistance, that the provision was a deal breaker, a requirement that 1% of the film's proceeds be donated in support of survivors of domestic violence. That 1% was ultimately earmarked for the organization No More, with which Baldoni had sought to partner with as early as September 2022. As they begin making the film, Baldoni and Wayfarer felt an immense responsibility to do justice not only to the story of the protagonist Lily Bloom, but to the stories of survivors around the world. Plaintiff Heath, CEO of Wayfarer, expressed to Forbes on June 28, 2024, his high hopes of the film. I hope that people leave the theater feeling inspired, that for those who have been hurt, that they feel seen, and the story was told in a way that honored them. I feel like people who may in themselves, as someone that may hurt somebody, may think twice about it. So I hope that people leave feeling that they got a glimpse into a world that oftentimes we turn our eyes away from. In casting Blake Lively, a world-renowned actor with talent and charisma, in the leading role, they entrusted her with that vision to bring Lily to life. Although Wayfarer learned that Lively had a reputation for being difficult to work with, Baldoni at the time was not dissuaded and found her to be genuine. Y'all knew she had a reputation of being difficult to work with. Y'all knew that. And yet and still, y'all just... It makes no sense to me. It makes no sense to me. And now I'm starting to understand Justin's personality a little bit. You know, he's always trying to make, it seems like he's always trying to make accommodate too many people, and he's accommodating people that shouldn't be accommodating. If he learns anything from this lawsuit, whether he wins or whether he loses, is that he can no longer be accommodating to people. He's going to have to handle business, and he is not the person to be able to handle the business. Then he needs to have a go-between between him and that, so that business will be handled. Because this makes no sense. You knew she was difficult. And again, I don't want anybody to be, oh, well, you're just not being for women. I'm just telling you, this is not something that is not unknown. You can like Blake Lively for who she is, if you think she's beautiful, for whatever reason that you like her. But this is something that was not unknown. We have seen several interviews with her where she seems a little self-centered. That's the best word that I'm going to be able to say about that. But let's continue. Baldoni at the time was not dissuaded and found her to be genuine. So number 4, it says, stunningly, later in the process, Lively refused the opportunity to meet with No More, despite playing the lead role in a movie centered on themes of survival and resilience at the face of domestic abuse. Number 5, Jeff Conway, meet the Wayfarer Studios team, bringing It Ends With Us to theaters. And so they're just listing the article that they were referring to up top. During pre-production, Baldoni and Lively began a promising and close collaboration. On or about December 31st, 2022, Lively agreed to take the lead role of Lily Boone. As part of the subsequent negotiations, Lively was granted an executive producer credit, a title often given to talent of her stature. Lively had requested a producer's credit, but Wayfarer and Sony demurred, giving that such a title would not accurately reflect the role she was asked to play in the production. Wayfarer did not request nor require that Lively contribute to the film in any capacity beyond her roles as actor and executive producer. In the beginning, it appeared that Baldoni and Lively would have a positive, collaborative, creative partnership. Baldoni and Lively worked closely in the early days of the film, trading ideas about filling key roles in the film's cast and crew. Their working relationship grew close. Baldoni and Lively shared stories and pictures from their lives, commiserated over family illnesses, exchanged jokes and memes. Baldoni offered concern and support when Lively faced family health concern. They texted almost daily, and a friendly banter established a comfortable dynamic that under typical circumstances would have made working together easy. Lively even felt comfortable enough to make silly jokes, redirecting a sweet compliment Baldoni gave. Justin Baldoni, and this was in May 11, 2023. He has a fist, well played. Blake Lively, I guess they are redacting the telephone numbers. I feel the same. It's such a good feeling to get work done that we're proud of and to do it together. It just clicks when we find it. And that just a rewarding as filming it or editing it or marketing it or releasing it. This is all storytelling. This is why we do it. And it's silly because, you know, hindsight is always 2020, and you can always kind of read into something and say, oh, this is what's happening. But that's an interesting choice of wording that she put there about the filming it, editing it, marketing it, releasing it. So those are these are the things that she supposedly had hijacked. So she kind of foreshadowed what she believed her role should be. Thank you for your collaboration. I'm really proud of what we're doing. Love, I feel the same. It's such a good feeling to get W. I like Sentimental Blake. Never met her. And he says, I like Asshole Blake. Don't worry. Okay, good night. I've met her. So have my supporter. Is that supposed to be supporters or suppositories? So have my suppositories. I'm going to read it as its thing. And she says, good night. Laughed at, so I have my suppositories. This was the nature of their relationship, which made Lively's later allegation all the more baffling. Lively begins asserting control almost immediately. Let me go back over what you all are saying. Hey, Victoria, you say he was way too nice. I think so. And if that's his personality, I don't have an issue with that. But if that niceness is going to cost you on the business side, then it's very important that you hire somebody or have somebody with you that can handle business in the wording that business needs to be handled. And then, you know, you can just kind of step back and still be the nice guy, the nice person that you are, while somebody is actually handling the business side. I thought Nice Pool was a nice guy. All right, Soltar. The Magnificent. They clearly had a sweet, funny rapport at the beginning. It appears because one of the things that Justin is doing is, excuse me, y'all. Hold on. Where's my mouse? Well, it went away. I had to cough real bad, but me trying to search for that mouse, it went away. Hello. Thank you so much for joining. Let's see. Lively begins asserting control almost immediately. Well, again, let's go back up to these text messages real quick. She kind of made herself known in these text messages with this text message right here. She made herself known that she felt that she was part of that. And Justin Baldoni said, I feel the same way, such to get a win. I like Sentimental Blake. She had already established that this is what she wanted to do. Let's read it again. I feel the same. It's such a great feeling to get work done that we're proud of and to do it together. It just clicks when we find it. And that's just as rewarding as filming it or editing it or marketing it or releasing it. This is all storytelling. This is why we do it. She had already established that this is what she wanted to do. But you didn't pick you didn't pick up what she was putting down. And it wasn't like she was giving it to you between the lines. She told you directly what she wanted to do. And she felt like she had your blessing in the whole situation. And then you acquiescing to all the things that she said. All right. Lively begins asserting control almost immediately. Almost immediately, Lively began inserting herself into the production process in intrusive ways well beyond the scope of her contractual entitlements. For example, Lively began to insist on creative control over her character's wardrobe. While lead actors are sometimes granted approval over their character's general look, they generally do not receive full control over wardrobe decisions without input from the director or the producer. What may seem like an innocuous request can in fact have monumental impact on a film production. Ignoring the director's vision for her character and disposing of the weeks of effort and creativity spent by the wardrobe team on shopping and carefully crafting her wardrobe, Lively sent hundreds of images to the film's costume designer, including into the late hours of the evening, depicting the style of wardrobe she wanted for her character. The costume designer had to reshop Lively's wardrobe, far exceeding the allocated budget and diverting time and resources while also preparing wardrobes for the rest of the cast. At one point, Lively insisted that her character, quote, had money and could afford $5,000 shoes, despite being the fledgling small business owner. This forced Baldoni to rethink the entire script that had been in the works for well over a year and was approved by both Sony and Wayfair. A script that Wayfair had commissioned multiple drafts of and incorporated countless notes, including input from the book's author, Colleen Hoover. The wardrobe budget ballooned. Again, that was where there should have been someone, I've said when I was reading the lawsuit with the New York Times, there should have been somebody that should have kept everything in check. But the acquiescing of what Blake Lively wanted was a problem. Now, I do understand about Sony and Sony's involvement in all of this other stuff, but still, if movie productions are like movie productions, they want to stick to a certain budget. I do understand that budgets can balloon, but this should not have been. You already had hired a field costume designer. If she didn't want to wear it, then she didn't want to wear it. But that's what was needed to be able to make this character who she was. I believe so. And he fell for its hook, line, and sinker. Yeah. Right. Nice with backup is the way to go. Have a team or trusted angels. Yes. That especially if you know your personality is like that. And it's not a bad thing. You can still stay true and authentic, because I'm a person that believes in authenticity. You can stay true to authentically who you are. You're a nice guy if that's who you are. But if you're handling business, sometimes being a nice guy is not going to work out for you, because some people will manipulate and take advantage of your niceness. They'll take your kindness and turn it into a weakness when clearly it is not. So therefore, if you know people will take advantage of you like that, there should have been somebody. Where was Jamie? Where was somebody else in Wayfair that should have been handling Blake Lively like she should have been handled? And then allow him to be the director and have his vision. And to me, that should have been put in. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I'm a lay person. I'm just out here looking in because I came to this whole thing because I was fascinated by the fact how these PR teams are cutthroat. But there should have been somebody that should have been in the middle or stood in the gap for him, so that all of these things shouldn't have happened. It's unbelievable to me. Really? So I have not seen the movie. I think it's on Netflix, if I'm not mistaken. I'm gonna have to watch this movie and these shoes and this wardrobe. Now, I did see snippets of the wardrobe and some of the clothes. I'm sorry. Some things were cute, but then some things were just like, why would you put that combination together? He did. And he chose to ignore it. He did. He chose to ignore it because we did read in that footnote, we did read up just a few up here that he knew that she had been difficult to work with. And so that difficult to work with should have been researched. How was she difficult to work with? What was going on that made her difficult to work with? And it would have been revealed to him quite quickly, the things that made her difficult to work with. And again, once you found out that information, you and your team should have been able to figure out that particular person who was going to be the liaison between the production and Blake Lively. Like the author. What does that mean? Tell me what you mean by that. A mediator. Somebody should have been in between. Somebody should have been in between that. Again, I understand, and I'm not trying to even go back and forth with I'm not trying to go back and forth about her and her power, and her role in Hollywood, but they knew she was difficult. They knew that she had a level of difficulty. Now, if she may not look at it as being difficult. She may be looking at it as being assertive. She's trying to make sure and that's fine. However it was supposed to be, however it is interpreted, because I do realize people do believe that if you do not do what you want, if they do not do what you want them to do, they're difficult. And it could be that she was one of those people who were assertive and who would get her point across. That's fine. But as Justin Baldoni, if you knew that you were a person that could not handle that, or you would acquiesce to that, then you needed somebody in the middle. You just needed somebody in the middle. The author wanted to be involved in production. Blake didn't even read the book. The author should have stepped in and made sure the movie was closer to the book. That's not bad. That's not bad. That is not a bad thing at all. Because she did say in her letter that she did want to be part of the production, because she had in that letter we just read, she definitely talked about wanting to that she and a screen well, someone who knew how to write screenplays was helping her write that book. So that would have been that would have been great. That would have been great. Or well, I don't know, but I think so too. Whoever it was, there needed to have been that person to say and say, that's cute. Hey, I like that, but that's not her. She's a fledgling business owner. Most of her money goes back into the business. She can't spend. She won't be able to splurge on $5,000 shoes. Not like that. No, she's going to put that money back into the business. No, 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 no. That's not her personality. And plus, that's what happens when you do not research or do the source material. You just come in bebopping and being on the set and not have done all the research that you needed to have done. All right, y'all, let's continue because this is a lot. Ignoring the director's vision for her character and disposing of the weeks of efforts and creativity activity spent. Let me see. Okay, we read that. We read that. I'm sorry. I should have moved this up. Lively often refused to participate in wardrobe fittings at the production office, which was a mere 15 minutes from Lively's home. Instead, she insisted that the costume department pack up wardrobe and deliver it to her personal residence. Loading the wardrobe department on trucks and delivering the contents to Lively's home in the middle of a congested Manhattan for fitting cost time and money. And it should not have been done. I understand y'all, and this is just me. This is Pam Entertainment TV. I'm just saying, I'm just speaking from my. It should not have been done. It's going to cost you money, money that you don't have. Were you subtracting it from the money that Lively got paid? I mean, how was this working out? There should have been a firm no. So if you do not come to the fitting, then you are okay with the fitting, because that would have been in. See, it's just me and my pettiness. I would have placed in the middle, since you refuse to come into the office for the fittings. We are going to make you not showing up as your agreement with the wardrobe and how it fits. So we don't want to hear nothing about if the shirt's too small, if the pants fit funny in the back. We don't want to hear nothing about that, because you had the opportunity to bring your tail in here and to put those clothes on. Always in short supply on any major film. Requests of this nature are typically made during contract negotiation, since Lively made no such request at the time. This added expense was not included in the budget. So again, that little email of mine would have gone out that, since you didn't come in, you are okay with the thing and we're going to move on because we don't have in the budget. And that maybe that would be the budget is tight and is not designed to make extra cost. Lively, who had a greater obligation to the studio as an executive producer, paid no heed to budget constraints, let alone to the months of planning that had already been completed. Ooh, a meeting. Oh, good. Oh, good. And it is on Netflix, right? Zoltar, it's on Netflix. Saint Laurent mesh crystal color 100 knee high. Oh. Totally altered her vision. Yeah, I'm in agreement of that. I'm just like, if that, and plus she's an executive producer now. I'm not as sure if that's just a title or does it come with some monetary thing, but whatever it was coming with, that would have been subtracted out of her budget. Got you, got you. So she was hoping to be fashionista, a nice little fashionista. In an effort to maintain harmony at the start of their working relationship and to avoid further delays caused by wardrobe conflicts, Baldoni and the studio reluctantly ceded full control to Lively over her wardrobe. This concession quickly proved regrettable. You knew from the beginning, so let's continue. On the first day of principal photography, paparazzi captured and published photos of Lively in character wearing her hand-picked wardrobe. These images were widely reported as unflattering and sparked a backlash from Sony. Baldoni received direct criticism from Sony, who voiced serious concerns about the impact of the photos on the film's public reception. Because they're like, if they can't get the clothes right, how do we think? If they can't get the clothes right, how in the world do we think that they're going to be able to do something? And at that point, and maybe it's just me, at that point, when you've got the people who are providing the money for this show, at that point, when they start coming down and saying, hey, we've got some questions or something like that, that would have been the perfect opportunity to rethink what was going on. Hey, her fiddling with the wardrobe is not working. Let's sit down and let's sit down with her I would have had Sony write that, and I would have read what Sony wrote, that this wardrobe was not the business, because surely she would have listened to Sony, because they're a big corp, they're bigger than Wayfair. She surely would have been able to listen to them or not. So exactly. If she couldn't get the clothes right, she wasn't going to be able to get the character. No. Because every little bit, because again, if they, I don't know how much Sony put forth for this budget. I think if I read it before, it was like 20 something $million. So you think a $20 million film, which made 300 something $million, that was more than enough money for them to want to do a second one. It's more than enough money for them to want to do a second one. But just to look at that, you're costing, so now you've got to pull from another budget or something else that's been allocated to make some money. A mess. It's a mess. Let's continue, y'all. Let's continue. Following these events, Baldoni approached Lively in her trailer to discuss necessary wardrobe adjustments and resetting their relationship to assert his role as director and his need to have approval over her wardrobe. The conversation, while professional, took considerable time and was later grossly misinterpreted in Lively's CRD complaint, which falsely characterized the exchange as a, quote, lengthy outburst that delayed filming and caused the crew to wait for hours while Baldoni cried in Lively's dressing room. On information and belief, Lively circulated this false account to the New York Times with the intention and result that it be widely published. All right. I'm going to get y'all to give me one moment. I got to go check on something really, really quick. It's going to take about maybe 2 minutes. So I'm going to leave you all with some music. Let's see. And I will be right back, y'all. All right, it didn't take long. Thank y'all. All right, here we go. This conversation did not take hours, and any length of time it took was not because Baldoni cried for hours. In truth, rather than take heed of the concerns of the film's distributor and director, Lively took this time to, among other things, suggest to Baldoni that he was being gaslit by Sony, Heath, and the other producers, and to try to convince him to let her continue to take the helm. Baldoni did briefly become emotional during the conversation, but only in response to what he believed was a genuine compliment from Lively, praising his work as a director and actor. There's that manipulation. Oh, sweetheart, you are being gaslit by Sony and them. You clearly know that I am doing such a great job, and you're being such a wonderful and caring director. Surely you should let me continue. I hear what they're saying, but come on now. Let's read these footnotes before we go on. Notably, Lively herself had voiced insecurities about the public perception of her casting as Lily Bloom. Lily is described as a 23-year-old young woman and recent college graduate within the first pages of the book, which Lively would have known had she read the book before production. Despite having admitted to ordering a copy months before, which remarkably she ordered only after she had already committed to the role in December 20th, 2022, nevertheless, when Lively learned that Lily was a decade plus younger than herself in the book, Lively asked the author Colleen Hoover explained in her public casting announcements that they had decided to age up the book's character for the film. Hoover did not put the statement out in the way that Lively requested. Lively was not happy. In hindsight, this was part and parcel of the ongoing pattern of manipulation and gaslighting by Lively, intended to continue to allow her autonomy over her wardrobe. Lively later distorted this conversation in support of her baseless harassment allegations, alleging that Baldoni made inappropriate comments on her appearance. In reality, Baldoni, the film's director, was relaying the distributor's concern and widespread social media criticism regarding the wardrobe's failure to meet audience expectation, a sentiment Baldoni shared. This incident is just one of the many examples of Lively's troubling pattern of manipulation and lies. So here we have the public already saying that they didn't like something and having a negative, she has some negativity attached to her. And all of this is supposed to be part of the smear campaign. As another example, early in the pre-production stage, Lively sent Baldoni a long text describing how directors never permitted her to write scenes for the movies she acted in, nor gave her writing credits, even making her hand scribble her suggestion for lines so that they could not be traced to her. Lively boasted that she had even written for her husband's movies. And one thing I've noticed about Blake Lively, she will tell it in a sense to make herself with some self-importance, more importance than whatever the job requires. She would make herself so important that she would dry snitch on her husband at every turn, whether she was supposed to do something or whether he was or was not supposed to do something. So let's continue. Then Lively asked if she could, quote, take a pass at writing the rooftop scene in It Ends With Us, in which the characters Ryle and Lily first meet. This pivotal scene, much beloved by book fans, was critical for setting the tone for the movie. So Baldoni was reluctant to allow an actor, rather than a union screenwriter, to rewrite this key scene. See, already, again, that's the one criticism that is the one, and it'll probably continue to be the pervasive criticism that I have for Baldoni. Y'all know better. And you continue to allow adjustments for her. But Baldoni felt the need to allow Lively to rewrite the scene and agreed to take a look at what she put together. The draft of the rooftop scene that Lively sent to Baldoni dramatically differed from what had been written originally. Baldoni was hesitant about many of the changes, but thanked Lively for her passion and diplomatically told her that the scene would likely end up being somewhat between the original version and Lively's version. Seemingly stung by Baldoni's exceedingly mild resistance, Lively did not respond and went silent for multiple days. Later, she confirmed in text message below that Baldoni's response, of course, did not feel great for me. Or another Megla celebrity friend and Ryan Reynolds, to have my passion praised instead of my specific contribution. Lively was referring to an earlier meeting where Lively summoned Baldoni to her New York penthouse, where Baldoni was greeted by Ryan Reynolds, who launched into an enthusiastic praise for Lively's version of the scene. Hours later, As the meeting was ending, a famous and famously close friend of Reynolds and Lively walked into the room and similarly began praising Lively's script. Baldoni understood the subtext. He needed to comply with Lively's direction for the script. Later, Baldoni felt obliged to text Lively to say that he liked her pages and had needed Reynolds and her mega celebrity friend to pressure him. Lively responded that the two were her dragons. Lively went on to say they, Reynolds and the mega celebrity friend, also know I'm not always good at making sure I'm seen and utilized for fear of threatening egos or fear of affecting the ease of the process. They don't give up an SHIT about that. And because of that, everyone listens to them with immense respect and enthusiasm. So I guess I have to stop worrying about people liking me. I don't know. Emoji, emphasis adding. The message could not have been clearer. Baldoni was not just dealing with Lively, he was also facing Lively's dragon, two of the most influential and wealthy celebrities in the world who were not afraid of making things very difficult for him. Again, you are the director. Wayfarer, you are also the co-owner of Wayfarer. You also have another co-owner who was the Heath guy, I believe. That should have been relayed to them. That information should have been relayed to Sony. Everybody should know everything. And the text thread for me would have been so essential. So let's see. So this was April 14th, 2023. Blake Lively, her number, again, the redaction is usually the telephone numbers. If you send me the FDX, I will work when I can steal moments. And yes, of course, please send to Christy. We are all on the same team with the same goal. Justin Baldoni at 414 225109. Great. Also was working on rooftop scene today. I really love what you did. It really does. I guess it's supposed to be, it says hip a lot. Make it so much more fun and interesting. And I would have felt that way without Ryan and Taylor. Oops. So now the megastar has been revealed. You really are a talent across the board. Really excited and grateful to do this together. That's very appreciated and means a lot. I'm deeply inspired by the film we're going to make outside of the success of this book. We have such an opportunity not to only surprise people who love the book, but to reach an even bigger audience by making an undeniably dynamic and also commercial film. Bigging his head up. The moment that excited me, most the other day was when you said you're not funny. You are going to kill that rooftop scene. You know it, I'm sure. Even though it was said in a playful self-deprecation that we all participate in, it made me think of the process as a whole. Please know, I trust that on the day you've got me, and I hope that you trust that I've got you if you want it. We're in this together. And we are two of this most determined people I know. We also have very high bars set for ourselves. To collaborate with that type of partner is a gift that neither of us will squander because we both care too much about the results and also the experience. I have no motives except for you to win. As a director, as an actor, as a studio, as a writer. If you win, I win. If you win, our movie wins. We are aligned, and I will bring everything I have to this. Oh, clearly she knows how to stroke the ego of a man. She knows how to do it. And if you don't realize that that's what has been done, I feel for y'all. So here we have Blake Lively. It's a little blurry, but it says 415 244 415 2023 at 444, it looks like. As for Blank and Ryan, and Blank for that matter, I'm the luckiest, not the luckiest MF on the planet to have them as my dance moms, level stage moms. They are embarrassingly effusive. So basically, that they were being a little pushy. That said, they are also my most trusted partners and the people I go to first with anything creative I touch. And I'm the person they each go to first. That reciprocal creativity and support has been one of my life's greatest and most fulfilling gifts. When they love and sign off on the pages, I felt good to send them to you. They asked what you thought specifically after. They checked in so many times. I told them that you laughed a bunch and said it probably a blend, but you appreciate my passion so much. Now, we also learned later on in one of the interviews, she said that her husband helped her write. So it could be that it was a collaborative effort. This rooftop scene was a collaborative effort between Blank, Ryan, and Blank and Blake Lively. And so they were interested in what he was saying because they also, this is just my opinion, they were interested in what was being said because they had played part in writing some of the stuff. When they loved and signed off on the pages, yeah, I think collaboratively, I think that they had written some of this stuff on there. Which, of course, and this is why they seemed like they were checking in so many times. I think that they had an opportunity to help her. They all sat around the table and helped wrote this scene, not even reading the book. Which, of course, didn't feel great for me or them to have my passions be praised instead of any specific contribution, or even just that you didn't like the pages, which was fine also. So I think they wanted you and me to see how they felt about the work because they've been by my side for far too many experiences where I've been overlooked. I spoke to you about this when we first met. They've watched me handwrite scripts because the director is too afraid to send the VDX file, yet he scans and has someone hand type all 120 pages of my pencil rewrites. They've watched me be hired as a writer and paid a significant fee for it, but on the condition that I never ask for credit, which I could give a blank SHIT about. It's more the principle of the dynamics at play. They watch the other side of it too, where I'm told at signing that I'm wanted as a true collaborator, but once we get to work, I'm really just wanted as a yes man, audience, and actor. So basically, right here, she is subtly telling him, when we talk about that PGA credit, she's subtly telling him that she is sick and tired of being pushed back. She's written stuff and they have taken some of her stuff, but she wasn't going to be credited as a writer. So she's sick and tired of that. If any of this has happened, I think she's setting the stage up that these are my contributions. I'm making these contributions and I want these contributions to be held. And my friends want to know about all of these things because they're so concerned about making sure that my creativity and my talents are being documented and appreciate, and I get the credit, not just the thank you so much for your thing. I want the credit. So she was subtly saying this in the beginning, and again, we go back up to those text messages that I read. She basically spelled out what she wanted to do. She wanted to, how it was written, how it was edited, how it was directed, how it was produced, all of this stuff. So she's sluttily telling you that this is all the stuff that she wanted to have done. And again, your kindness, and I don't have another word for that other than kindness for Justin Baldoni at this point. But you didn't see the fact that she was playing you for a fool. Both Ryan and Blank have established themselves as absolute titans as writers and storytellers outside of their primary gig, just singing or just acting, or Blank just directing. It's like, I'm so lucky to have them as creative barometers, but also to have them as the people who prop me up and make sure I'm seen for all I can and do offer, because they know firsthand all I contribute. They also know that I'm not always as good as making sure I'm seen and utilized for fear of threatening egos or fear of affecting the ease of the process. They do not give a shit about that. And because of that, everyone listens to them with immense respect and enthusiasm. So I guess I have to stop worrying about people liking me. If you ever get around to watching Game of Thrones, you'll appreciate that I'm Khaleesi, and like her, I happen to have a few dragons. For better or worse, but usually for better, because my dragons also protect those I fight for. So really, we all benefit from those gorgeous monsters of mine. Yes, you will too. I can promise. We will continue because she. Now I interpret all that to mean is this: I've given you this information. I asked for you to help that I could write this scene. He acquiesces for whatever reason to let her write this scene. So she sat down with her partners, her husband and the other two that were rejected, and they sat around and bowled over her ideas. They came up with whatever it is that they came up with. And so basically he said he liked it. That wasn't good enough for them. They wanted him to make sure that he put that in the film. So she basically was talking about the power, because the wordings that she used. Now I didn't see Game of Thrones, so Khaleesi, is she the one that had the dragon eggs? Was she that person? The blonde head person, if you all have seen it? But this right here, this wording right here, when she talked about them being titans, well, she said it somewhere up there. Well, she talked about them being titans. She was already letting him know that they had power and they had pull. But she tries to state it in such a, again, she has the art of stroking someone's ego, but also letting them know who she is without it being so overbearing. And then I know if you are a woman, you have seen these women in action, and I'm just telling you all right now. Difficult proved to be a gross understatement. Though Baldoni initially invited Lively to make changes to the script, you don't ever invite the devil, you don't ever invite a vampire over your threshold. You don't ever invite a vampire into your home. Never. Lively began altering the script daily because you gave her that in. Once you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. You gave her that in. That's your fault. The frequency of Lively's revisions alarmed the producers, directors, and studio, who anticipated that her interference would persist every day of the shoot and disrupt the carefully planned production schedule. Each shooting day was intricately scheduled long in advance, and Lively's constant changes placed significant stress on the production crew, not to mention financial strain on Wayfair. See, again, that's your business. This is what your business is. You going forward after all of this, Justin Baldoni, you are never allowed. If you're going to be the director, then you're going to be the director. You're never allowed to allow your talent or anything like that. That should be clear in your contracts, that if that's not their specific role, you're not going to be listening to what they have to say, because you're costing your company money, time, and headaches. Producer, are you listening to this? She's fixing the script. I think Ange's advice was actually wrong. Blake is now directing the movie. This is bad. Jamie Heath, I'm listening. Talking through it is better than not. Seeing what's possible. As long as any decision is done with approval. Producer, not for something that was already intimately planned. This will be every day of the shoot. Just Jamie Heath. I know. I'm not sure what can be done, honestly, at this point in terms, and then it blanks out. So what was that? They won't put that. Now, see, you all got on to Blake Lively about putting stuff in there. You have cut off something here. More than a year later, during a red carpet interview at the New York film premiere, Lively stated, the iconic rooftop scene, my husband actually wrote it. Nobody knows that, but you know now. This startling revelation directly contradicted Lively's previous instance that she had written the scene, and certainly cast Ryan Reynolds' high praise for the rewritten scene in a different light. The film's credited screenwriter, when asked about the claim that Reynolds had written the scene, graciously responded, so if I'm being told that Ryan wrote that, then great, how wonderful. She went on to acknowledge, there were a few little flourishes that I did not write. And if those flourishes came from Ryan, I think that's wonderful. This was also the first time that plaintiffs learned that Reynolds, who had no formal role whatsoever in the film's production, had made unauthorized changes to the script in secret. Baldoni, equally blindsided by this news, which he discovered in real time during the recorded interview with Access Hollywood, reacted by also praising Reynolds as to not harm Lively Reynolds, who apparently wrote the scene, and possibly others during the WGA strike or the film. Because see, that's going to cost it. Now, y'all let me know if y'all are intimately with the film industry. He writing those scenes, and weren't those scenes supposedly written during the strike? Isn't that a no-no? Wouldn't that cost Wayfair? Wouldn't that cost Baldoni? Wouldn't that cost those people to have those problems? I told you, Lively be dry snitching on herself, on her husband. But again, all of these little different things, I blame Baldoni for that. I blame Wayfair for that. Because here you are having a meeting and then people are telling you, producers are telling you, hey, we can't have her disrupting the stuff because everything has been intimately planned so that we won't waste any money. And here you are acquiescing to what she says or does. And my question has always been, why? Did Sony send y'all an email saying that y'all need to do what Blake Lively said? Why? I don't understand that point. I don't understand why there was so much acquiescing to this to this. Lively's remarks about Reynolds' purported contribution to the script raised eyebrows sky high at Sony, who told Wayfair that there certainly need to be some clarity on public comments made about Ryan Reynolds potentially contributing writing service for the rooftop scene. And that footnote is just letting you know when she said what she said. Now, this is from whoever it was, they redacted from Sony Legal Affairs. This was sent August 9th, 2024 at 11:38 a.m. Subject, it ends with us, Ryan Reynolds writing issue. Hi, we certainly need some clarity in public comments made about Ryan Reynolds potentially contributing writing services for the rooftop scene. Can you provide additional information on this, as there are no contracts, his services are not in the chain, nor is his name anywhere in the credits on one of the many reports which cite the claim made by Blake Lively? Thanks for clarifying. If services were rendered, obviously requires signed documentation immediately. See, y'all see what I'm saying? A lot of this stuff that we're just reading right now, in my opinion, is Wayfair and Baldoni's fault because of the accurate. They were acquiescing to all of this stuff, and they didn't need to acquiesce to this stuff. And even I saw someone's in here. Yeah, yeah, because they found out, because this was dated August 9th. But I do remember someone said in here that she had threatened to move, she threatened to go. But that was back in when they signed this thing in January. If this kind of stuff was going on, let's go back up real quick. Because this is now look at this. This is when this is May 1st, 2023. Because this was around the wasn't this around when they were striking, when the Writers Guild was striking? Because I don't think that the Actors Guild had put up for a strike. I think theirs was like in June, right? So let's go back up here to this and this was in April. So Justin and everybody knew that she was rewriting and making little rewrites in the script. They knew that. Sony didn't know anything until August, because that's when she decided to make the little notation that, hey, people don't know this, but my husband did that. So Justin and Jamie knew that she was making these little sits. Production had said something about that. Let's continue, y'all. Still during the pre-production phase, Lively and Reynolds raised entirely false allegations of fat shaming against Baldoni, an accusation that, as evidence will show, was categorically false. Baldoni had been introduced to trainer, quote, Don, who became Baldoni's personal trainer, by Lively. Again, you allow this woman to suck you into parts of and maybe, and this is just me again, he was trying to get into that little situation, so he felt being acquiescing to that would make it okay. Because the psychology of people and all that other stuff is always fascinating. But you're introduced to this woman's trainer. Why is it that you don't have your own trainer? Who became Baldoni's personal trainer, by Lively. Don directed Baldoni's preparation for the film role, including his nutrition and exercise, making special accommodations for Baldoni's back injury. Baldoni even paid to receive Don's meal delivery service, always acquiescing. So here we have some text. All right, so we have February 21st, 2023. Okay, speak later today. I don't know who is writing what. They don't give us any kind of clarification of anything. Okay, speak later today. I can get you a program this week. So I'm assuming that's the trainer. Sure, just got to NYC for the day. Hey, bud, tried you. Call you in a few. Cool, standing by. Looks like the program was sent. Here you go. 4 things. The jumps are to be low intensity and this is to improve performance. Go 50% intensity for the first few weeks. Let's sub the dead stops rows for chest supporter rows. Stay out of lumbar extensions. Your lower back should not arch. Week 1 should be 70 to 80% intensity. Do not push and add the cardio like we discussed. Let's jump on a call after your review. Amazing. Can't wait to check it out. So all of this was on the same day, February 26th, starting at 3:08, and the conversation looks like it ended at 3:54 because I don't know what this February 26th at 8:02. I don't know what happened after that. Privately, Baldoni reached out to Don as his personal trainer to ask what Lively weighed so he would train his back muscle in preparation for a lift scene. This was important to avoid injury not only to Baldoni, who suffered from lifelong back injuries, multiple bulging discs, and chronic pain, but also to Lively if the lift could not be completed successfully and safely. Notwithstanding Lively's recent attempt to deny the existence of any such scene, it was only nixed at her insistence after having been planned and rehearsed. The next morning, Baldoni was summoned to the penthouse by Lively and greeted by Will Reynolds. And see, here's the thing. He was summoned. Okay. Who swore at Baldoni and accused him of fat shaming his wife. How dare you fucking ask about my wife's weight? What's wrong with you? The confrontation from Reynolds and Lively was so aggressive that Baldoni felt he had no choice but to offer repeated and completely unwarranted apologies for what was a good faith and reasonable question to ask of his trainer. First of all, let me tell y'all something. You're not going to cuss me. So if I'm in your house and you feel like you finna cuss me, I'm fixing to leave. I don't care what's being said. I don't care how it's being said. I'm about to leave. And again, I'm about to put an email out. Listen, came to your house. Your husband cussed me out. We need to discuss this amongst the production. Okay. Apologies for what was a good faith and reasonable question to ask of his trainer. Reynolds demanded Baldoni remove the scene entirely. There he is once again. Being part of production. Lively refused to perform this lift scene in the end, even after it was rehearsed with a stunt double. In her own complaint, Lively flat out lies about the absence of the scene by claiming, quote, the scene wasn't in the film. The only reason the scene wasn't in the film is because Lively and Reynolds ensured it was taken out of the film. So I sure hope they have some kind of film showing that this scene was rehearsed. They get the stunt double to say that scene was rehearsed. I'm hoping they have all of that. Accommodating Lively, Baldoni rewrote the scene with Lively. I hope he has the script before it was rewritten as well. Despite the fact that for creative reasons that this scene was important to him as a storyteller and a director. Well, baby, as a storyteller and director, your backbone is too weak for me. In fact, Lively had earlier expressed insecurity about her postpartum figure, and Baldoni made every attempt to genuinely reassure her. In this exchange, he stated, as her director, that anything you feel insecure about, we will walk through and get creative together and make you comfortable. I just don't want you to stress about your body. It's the last thing you need. When he later tried to do just that, Lively responded with allegations of sexual harassment, followed by a lawsuit. All right. Exactly. Because if he had a bad back and she felt some kind of way about her weight, why couldn't have been two stunt doubles? They could have done the shot looking like that she was about to be in his arms, stop, got a stunt double, and they could have done the twirling or whatever it was that they needed to do. And again, that's what's getting them, because all this stuff is in the book. And again, I understand that making a movie, sometimes there's some things in the book that you know, for whatever, for pacing and timing and whatever that is going on. I do understand that that's difficult to put in there, but baby, all right, here we are. Blake Lively sent this on 2/17/2023. Kicking ass, but it's still a ton of work with not a ton of time. What's the chance we can do body scenes at the end of the schedule? Justin Baldoni. This is at 2/17/2023 at 17. So this is about 6:37. Justin Baldoni. I'm sure you are. Honestly, there's 1 billion moving parts to schedule right now. I just turned in the rewrite, and so they are hard at work. So much of that. And then there's this line, and I don't know exactly what this line is there for. So much of it comes down to location and the other cast availability. So be really, really honest. I have no clue. I want you to know that you will look amazing. Anything you are insecure about, we will talk through and get creative together and make you comfortable. I just don't want you to stress about your body. It's the last thing you need. As soon as I have a rough schedule that's even remotely accurate, I'll share, and I'll make sure the team keeps this in mind as well. And he puts a heart emoji. She says, "Thank you for your voice memo. It's deeply appreciated. You are everything you promised to be as a collaborator. I thank you. I know my job here, and this piece is in big part my job here. We both understand the assignment as actors in the roles, but also as producers and also as marketers." See, again, there she goes saying what she is to this film. "We understand artistically, yes, but we get what we need to do in all aspects for this movie commercially. As woke as we both are and work to be, this movie requires a certain aesthetic. This it's it's a part of the job that we both excitedly signed up for. I don't shy away from it because it's not problematic. It's the assignment. Like when someone is about to start an athletic event, it's their job to be in top shape. My husband and I both look at certain roles as athletic events, and this is one of them. It's not always a part of the job, but on this one, it is, and that's great." So I apologize. It was difficult for me to read because as soon as I read "as woke as we both are and work to be," as a Black person, that bothers me because that word woke is not said in the meaning that it's supposed to be. And that bothers me because people have co-opted that word to mean something that it doesn't, but we will continue. As much as I'd love to not think about it, that would be irresponsible and also impossible because it's unrealistic not to acknowledge what I need to do. This is my job here, and I meet my responsibilities with extreme work ethic. I look for solutions to achieve my high goals instead of lowering my goals. We all win when we all win when we're each firing at our highest capabilities, and you and I both are, and I will continue to. I just need as much time as possible because I just had my fourth baby. I understand that you'll never personally know all the nuances of the challenges unless you've lived this physical moment in time I'm in with this physical road ahead. So having your understanding and support to help me pull this off is critical and very, very appreciated. Not just in my experience, not in my experience now, but also healing from experiences past. So thank you. We're gonna kill it and be so fit that they have to Lola us to look less banging. Lively then delivered an ultimatum. If Baldoni couldn't get on board with her work methods, he had 2 weeks to recast her. He should have took her up on her offer. Implicit in this ultimatum was a threat to destroy Baldoni's reputation and career. As Lively well knew, Baldoni had worked hard throughout his career to earn and deserve a reputation based on his passionate advocacy for women's rights, a reputation she would later exploit and weaponize against him. If Lively were to back out of the film, especially based on accusations of fat shaming, Baldoni's reputation and life's work would be left in tatters. He had no choice but to bow to Lively and Reynolds' demands. Concerns about Lively's undue influence over the film began to grow even before the film started. Here's the producer, April 20th, 2023 at 6:16 a.m. He cannot let her have options on everything. Jamie Heath Blake, or she's going to be co-directing this film. Yes? Yeah, we're talking about that. We were talking about that a lot yesterday. Producer, exactly. This is why everyone is starting to lose it. We've been talking about the same thing for months. Jamie Heath, yep, it's starting to get resolved. Producer, no, it's not. This person right here, whoever is this producer, I really wish that they were the person being the go-between. Because this producer is stating is being very clear and factual, and Jamie and Justin are just being people with no backbone. I was trying to find the right words, people, without sounding condescending. This was the first time Lively openly moved to seize control of the film from Baldoni, but it would not be the last. She did that at the beginning. They've been allowing her to do all of this. Filming begins as Lively builds her takeover strategy. Principal photography began for the film in early May 2023. On set, Lively continued to maintain what later appeared to be a facade of choice of a close, caring relationship with Baldoni, even as she continued to make escalating demands for creative control. By the time production began, Lively and Baldoni had worked closely together for months, and Lively expressed warm gratitude for her collaboration with Baldoni on the eve of filming. This note means, I don't know who wrote this. This note means so much to me. I'm excited to start tomorrow, but it's only one piece of the journey. We started months ago, and I'm grateful for all we have built so far. Thank you for caring so much and for putting every bit of you into showing it. You have given so much of your time to fight for great, and that hasn't gone unappreciated or unseen for a moment. Let's do this shit. And this was from Break Lively to Justin Baldoni, priority normal. Participation, Justin Baldoni delivered, da-da-da-da. Okay. They're just giving you who it was, where this message came from, because they didn't put the top part in correctly. Throughout the first filming period, Lively continued to share her open and unguarded thoughts on life and her character. She talked about wardrobe choices to make her character, quote, much sexier. We'll show you both ways, but Beanie is much sexier. It's the look. Feels TV without, especially with a crop top in the snow. It justifies the rest of the skin. And also is a girl, I guess she meant as a girl, I would check out walking down the street because it washes the effort of the rest of the look. Okay. But this was written on 5/17/2023. Lively continued to express her warm appreciation and respect for Baldoni as filming continued, even as she acknowledged that she could be difficult and critical of others using the kind of language she herself would have alleged be inappropriate. Justin Baldoni, I'm not going to tell you that you were amazing because you teased me for being so sentimental, but you were amazing today. Blake Lively, thank you. And these messages were on May 23rd, 2023. Thank you. I do appreciate it. I'm just a ball buster, but it means a lot to me. I care a great deal and always want to deliver. You were terrific. I'm proud of everything we did today, but really every day. Justin, loved. Thank you. I do appreciate it. I'm just a ball, I guess, buster. Thank you. And they put on here, Lively's use of word ball buster would certainly have made it to on her 17-point list had it been Baldoni who said it. Okay, I don't know if y'all were trying to be smart up with that one, but let's continue. Lively's intimate comfort with Baldoni continued as filming progressed. In June of 2023, after the alleged harassment and uncomfortable situations allegedly occurred, she even invited Baldoni to her trailer to rehearse while pumping breast milk. I'm just pumping in my trailer if you want to work out lines. Gentlemen, there are some women who understand that you all's visual sexual needs overrun or overweigh a lot of different things. Even when you are invited and they make it seem like the invite doesn't mean what it means, don't go. I don't care if she invited you. If she says, I'm pumping in my trailer if you want to work out our lines, there is a high probability with pumping breast milk that a breast will be seen. She seems and clearly knows this, looking for whatever response you have with your face, or to see if you have some sort of sexual arousement. If you hadn't learned anything on this channel today, I will teach, and I say this, if you haven't been part of my channel, you do know that I go in on the women just like I go in on the men. This was an invite that you should not have taken. There should have been a text saying, let me know when you're finished pumping, and then I'll come. Continue. Lively was so close and comfortable with Baldoni that she freely breastfed in front of him during meetings. She took photos of him holding and soothing her crying baby in her penthouse. They laughed deliriously during late night writing sessions. All of these events took place after the alleged sexual harassment. Lively's accusations seemed to come out of the blue. She even knew his tea order. Out of respect for Lively's privacy, this complaint does not include any images of her family. En route, can I get you anything? This is from Justin Baldoni to Blake Lively. No, all good. Thank you, though. I'm getting you a hot matcha. And do you know what Brandon likes? From Blake Lively. So this is from Blake. Lively herself set the tone for personal discussions on set, including what language was acceptable. For example, in one occasion while filming a restaurant scene, Lively sat on the floor in a painfully expensive shoes while discussing with a group of male cast and crew how sexy her shoes were. Lively had no issue using the word sexy herself, but apparently took note both times Baldoni said the word in her presence. This is evidenced in film footage captured between scene takes, okay? Though she was loose and relaxed in her speech on set, she was increasingly stringent on the demands she imposed on production. She rewrote her own dialogue constantly and took it upon herself to make unilateral changes to other characters' lines, effectively rewriting the script day by day. This pattern of domineering interference caused an unending interruptions to the production process, leading to entirely unnecessary stress, chaos, and delays. It is well documented on the film footage how frequently she requested changes and how at every turn Baldoni took her thoughts and, out of fear of repercussion from Lively and her allies, he consistently tried to accommodate her. Let's see what's going on. So much going on. Wow. Yep. Okay. He gave her permission not to take over the whole movie. You give somebody an inch, they're going to take a mile. She threatened not to come back and film the second half of the film. Yeah, we looks like we get into that part. They found out what? They found out the information about Ryan during the promotion of the film. Yeah. So that information that I read, and that's the thing. I don't know why things are not written in chronological order. I have a chronological head. So when you go back and forth, things get to be confusing. And that's why I spend a lot of time reading to you all the dates that these things were written so that we can kind of get a good timeline. She threatened midway through filming if all of her requests were not met. He allowed her to make her flourishes and contribute to the film. He did not allow her to rewrite the script. That may be initially, but it seems like every day, because remember we read that producer who kept going to Jamie Heath about, hey, we're having these issues and these problems. She keeps rewriting the script. It's every day. We have a close tight schedule. The budget is tight. We can't continue to have all of these things. And Jamie Heath is like, yeah, I know, we're talking about it. This producer is like, listen, these are the things that are going on and it's disrupting the thing. And they're continually thing. But my question is, what was the motivation for them to continue? Did they get something from Sony saying that they wanted Blake to acquiesce to Blake Lively? I'm unsure about what this big fear was, because I know that they were halfway through the production. But if they had written, like I said, if they had kept a better paper trail, they could have written to Sony and say, listen, the budget is the way it is right now because we're having these issues with Blake Lively. Every step of the way, these are the things that are going on. She's threatening to leave the production. We are looking forward to maybe allowing her to leave the production because she's not getting her way. So that's going to cause a delay, which we will need to get more money to be able to then reshoot these scenes that we have already shot, which doesn't seem like a lot of scenes, with a new actress to come on board. I think he was the on-set trainer. Well, whoever he was, he was taking stuff back and forth. Or he should have said, you need to ask Blake what her weight is. Or that shouldn't have been a thing. He could have said, I'm not going to tell you how much she weighs. I'll be able to tell you how much you're going to be able to lift. And that may not necessarily be her weight. So in other words, he could say, if she told him that she weighed 130 pounds, he could have, as a trainer, he could have said, I'm going to get you in shape to be able to lift 150 pounds. So that way, and then show you how to lift that weight without disrupting your back or something. So I'm having an issue if that trainer went back and told them asked them the weight. As a trainer, whether he was on set or not, there was a way to do that without having to literally disclose what your client weighs or anything like that. There was a way to handle that where he wouldn't have had to just come out directly and say it. And he could have assumed that she weighed 150 pounds when she weighed a thing. And, there could have been things, well, I was training for 150 pounds and whatever. Hey, Kat, how you doing? I hope everything is going good. Let's see. She already started to tee up her power with baseless accusation. We were talking. Yeah, I'm still going back to those text messages that I read earlier, because of the fact that when she put periods behind it, you know, our acting, our writing, our producing, our editing, she put periods behind those. So she was very clear that these were the things that he should expect for her to be taking over. He didn't pick up what she was putting down. She was basically, at that point, she was basically saying that these are the things that she wanted to be involved in. This is the reason why when he went to the house, and again, I have said clearly in the other lawsuit that I read, that when he was talking about how he kept going over to their home, I've got issues and problems. If you've got a production studio, I have issues and problems with you always going over to her home. You don't have the upper hand going to someone's home. They own their home, and they'll talk to you any kind of way in their home. You don't have to stay there. I had issues and problems with him continuously going over there, with Ryan Reynolds cussing him out about the weight of his wife, with them having a meeting and he's going off. All of those different things. They're just different things. And again, he allowed his kindness to be taken for as weakness, and him and his co-founder of this production company, they really need to take a good class in how to be assertive in business or whatever, because she used her feminine wiles to be able to take advantage of what she wanted to have taken advantage of. This is wild. Blake and Ryan, they're going to lose. We'll see. I think it leaves egg on a lively NIT face that they swore the texts from Baldoni's PR people proved they were writing the articles and sending stories to the outlets like TMZ, and they weren't. And yeah, because they were lying by omission. They were just putting what the stuff that made them look good in the text that they had, particularly in her lawsuit. Yeah, he just went in. He went in just willy nilly. Pam, there was a text following this up saying he would meet her in hair and makeup. Thank you, Gary. I think he may win his case. Those boots were Victoria. Those boots were nice. Those boots were nice. I think I read your comment earlier about how those boots were selling. So those, I got to go check out these boots, because those I want to see what these boots look like. Blake left out too much manipulated information. Baldoni is showing a fuller picture of what happened, which makes her look bad. I think it's interesting that multiple parties and cases are in play here. It is, because it's like, and I don't know if you were listening before, and it's on different levels too, because you have Blake Lively with her crew of titans and dragon slayers and dragons, or whatever she calls them, with Taylor Swift, Ryan Reynolds, and another person, that they're over there rewriting scripts. You have this producer who's trying to beat, in my opinion, trying to beat into Jamie and Baldoni's head, that they are allowing too much to go on, and they need to get a rein and get a hold of it, because it's blowing the budget and it's blowing the time that they can be able to film. Because I'm quite sure this producer understood and knew that there were going to be a writer's strike and there was going to be a SAG-AFTRA strike. So they were trying to get as much done as they could in the small amount of allotted time that they felt like they had. And then, because I'm still the disconnect for me is Sony. That is the disconnect for me. Is it has Sony been in contact with them throughout this whole process, or did they allow the process to continue? And then there was, I'm just confused about that, because I am confused as to why Jamie and Heath and Baldoni was allowing all of this stuff to go on, even if she decided that she wanted to book. Fine. Because the strike would have been a blessing in disguise. But anyway, I don't know. Ryan Reynolds also has rude past behaviors. See, I'm aware of those behaviors because I remember that there was a kerfuffle when Ryan Reynolds was playing in one of the movies of Blade with Wesley Snipes. And he claimed to have an issue with Wesley Snipes, and he wanted to be able to have his character be something different than that character was. And I think that there was a little issues and problems with that, which for me didn't make sense. So when they did Deadpool and Wolverine, all of a sudden he's singing Wesley Snipes praises. And he was the one that put out there that, oh, well, we should make a Blade movie and not use Mahershala Ali. This is me paraphrasing. We should make another Blade movie and let it be with Wesley, because in my head, his little cackles was moving and turning and clicking, because he wanted to be able to figure out how he can write and produce that movie and knock everybody out, because of the fact that there's been so many, Blade, the new Blade with Mahershala Ali has been in developmental hell since 2019. So he thought he was going to capture that. And then there was a little buzz on the internet about, oh yeah, we can let Wesley just be Blade. So there was a lot of buzz in that. So now, we don't know when Blade is going to come out, if it's going to come out, because Marvel has not did not put enough, in my opinion, enough behind this Blade movie being made. Every other movie, every other television show was made besides Blade. And Blade was supposed to have been made, or supposed to have been made or completed right along when Shang-Chi and all them were supposed to have been completed. Because what was that? The little short they had about the monsters and stuff like that. All of that world was supposed to tie in together. And since they hadn't made that Blade movie, looks like all of those things right now are going to be on hold, because they hadn't finished. They haven't dedicated the time. They haven't put their foot down on scripts. They haven't put their foot down on a whole lot of stuff. So you have a lot of people on that Blade thing walking. But again, I digress. I apologize, but that's how I know that Ryan Reynolds has some very past behaviors that are just a little wonky. You give him an inch. Thank you, Victoria. Oh, thank you, Kat. Y'all, thank Kat. If you all received membership to my channel, y'all please in the chat thank Kat, because she just gifted a month worth of memberships for you all. I appreciate that, Kat. Hey, fans, turn your settings on to allow gifts if you want to be able to get a gifted membership. Thank you so much. Yes, y'all hit that like button. Hit that like button. Someone came at it from a different perspective. If Baldoni hired him from the production, then the trainer was his boss. Like when you train for a stunt, which this was a stunt. Okay. All right. So let's get down. Let's get back to Werewolf by Night. Thank you. This was what I was looking for. Werewolf by Night. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. So all of those things were supposed to tie into the Blade movie and that Blade universe and all of that other stuff, but it hadn't come to fruition. And he took, it's some other things that I know too, but we'll continue, because again, this thing is long, and we are not even halfway through, and it's been 2.5 hours. So let's continue. During labor strikes, Lively moved to seize absolute power. On May 2nd, 2023, the Writers Guild of America went on strike. Production on the film halted temporarily on June 14th, 2023, due to WGA picketing the next day. The production was notified that the WGA had agreed not to picket their set, allowing production to continue. But Lively was already gone and refused to return to the production immediately. Wayfarer reworked the shooting schedule at great expense to film the scenes with the younger version of the characters instead of footage requiring Lively. On June 27, 2023, production shut down entirely for the pendency of the strike. The SAG-AFTRA strike soon followed, beginning on July 14, 2023. To make the most of the time during the strike, Baldoni began editing the footage that had been captured to date, stating starting the director's process of turning footage into film. Lively expressed excitement over returning to shoot in the fall in New York, making no mention of any discomfort or harassment that would be brought up only later after months of being apart on the day the strike ended. Both before and during the strikes, Lively's eager involvement on the production took on a more insistent and manipulative tone as she asked for access to the dailies and early cuts of the scene, both inappropriate and unorthodox. And I bet you he acquiesced. Let me see. Hey, would you mind giving me access to dailies? I am curious which takes you liked of the scenes you showed. My manager showed blank. My manager blank flew out to visit set and leaves tomorrow a.m. He heard all about it from Warren, and I love to show him. I appreciate you may be too slammed right now to make this happen, but maybe someone else can facilitate. Thanks so much. Daily referred to raw footage of what was filmed that day, including the many takes. This is not shared with cast. Okay. Hey, I hope you and your family are well. I watched the selects you sent. So great. I was happy and energized. Such solid work from everyone on and off camera. It was really cool to see. We were working so quickly, there was never time to look back. So it was nice to revisit from an audience perspective. Please let me know who to reach out to get access to the full gallery of dailies. I'm so looking forward to seeing all we have in the can. And of course, any scene you cut together, I'd love to see. Hope you're having a good summer and hopefully a good edit. Will you will your assembly be done soon? So she basically she asked and she received. If this is something that wasn't industry standard, again, that's Wayfarer, Baldoni, and Heath doing things all opposite out of industry standards to be accommodating to her. And why do you think she wanted the dailies? And why do you think she wanted the what he pieced together? So again, this is Pam Entertainment TV's because her and her husband was going to redo and restructure the film. You all gave them the ingredients to do this recipe the way that they wanted to do it. Wayfarer, Baldoni, and other producers on the film strategized on how to respond to Lively, which became common practice so as not to trigger backlash from Lively. What backlash was she giving back in? That's the disconnect I'm having, y'all. What was going on? It was something in the air, something in the water, something happened that everyone was afraid of this backlash. What was it? The text exchange below demonstrates adamant objections to giving Lively the dailies. Not only was it inappropriate overreach, but there was a very real concern that a simple task such as rewriting a couple of scenes would turn into complete takeover, rewriting the script. They rightly feared that giving her the dailies could turn into her demanding to edit the whole movie. She said it at the beginning. This is what she was wanting to do. She was using her, I love how we're working together and all of this other stuff. She used all of that to be able to get into this. So let's go into this text exchange that's supposed to be going over. Because this producer right here, hey, would you mind giving me access to dailies? And I'm curious, which takes you'd like of this scene you showed Warren? My manager, okay, this is what she wrote to Justin. And the producer, I'd say no, but check her contract first. LOL. James Heath, I was waiting for blank to respond first with this emoji. It's an absolute no for me as well, respectfully. Not sure the best way to respond, how delicate this is, producer. I think you can either I think you can either not respond until tomorrow. or say you need to talk to the team, or just say no, you're not comfortable with it. Maybe we can, this is Jamie Heath, because this producer is basically telling him, don't do it. Don't do it. Tell her no. How did Cat Williams say? You got to tell Diddy no. You got to tell Blake Lively no. No. Jamie Heath, maybe we can let this be a Sony decision and you can respond with that for now. Justin Baldoni, thank you. Spoke to Blank too. I think I'm going to say yes and send her a playlist of a bunch of the good takes from different scenes that last for 3 or 4 days. Blank said no, LOL. The producer, this is telling Justin Baldoni, Mr. Everything's got to be nice and work together. He was the wrong person. He was the wrong person for this. Producer, we all said no, and you're going to send? No. She liked the idea of a playlist. No to access to all the daily. I wasn't clear in text. Producer, okay, copy. Makes sense. Basically send her a playlist of what I showed her agent. And then or when she responds and says, can you send me everything? That's what I'll say. I'm not comfortable with that as I haven't even seen everything. Blank believes that she will then start to edit the movie and tell me which takes to use if she has access to everything. Producer, yes, I agree with that. Also, this is exactly how the writing process started. She asked if it was okay if she could take a pass at some of the dialogue tweaks on the rooftop scene. Just talked to Blake. She's in very good spirits and seems happy about this. Very nice conversation. Good. Producer. I'd love to know who this producer is. Good. Jamie Heath, great to hear. June 16th, 2023 at 12:38. Am I hearing Blake is not available? I don't know what that means, but let's continue. After consulting internally as how to respond, Baldoni politely pushed back, explaining that it was much too early in the editing process to share much footage. Hi, sorry for slow response. Yes, family is good. Brutal being away for so long and happy we are finally together. Lots happening. All good things overall. Had to hire new editors who I adore. There he goes, giving too much information. They're going through everything right now. I'm so happy you felt energized by what you saw. Your performance is really, really beautiful, stunning, actually. Regarding dailies, obviously, you know I want your input. That's why I sent the 5-hour playlist. But at this point, it's too early for me to share all the dailies. I start my cut in early August, given the new editors, and still going through the rest of myself. Also figuring out our shooting plan as I have to cut and combine and find ways to scale down for budget. Once I am physically in the edit and have touched the scenes myself, I'd love to share with you. There he goes. He should have just kept that. This once I'm physically in the edit, this sentence right here should have never been placed in there. I hope you enjoy this time off. Talk soon. That should have been in. He's always giving her an in. This is the end that she was looking for. And he's always giving an in when clearly in this set of text messages up here, this producer is like, hell no. At that point, Lively reluctantly paid normal lip service to the notion that Baldoni, the film's director, was entitled to the time and space needed for his directorial cut, but continued to push. I don't want to infringe on your time with your cut, of course. Don't feel the need to send me cut scenes. I was just excited to see. Regarding dailies, none of the producer have access to the dailies. It's just you. Baldoni shared limited scenes with, and that's his. Everybody on his team is telling him, hell no. Mr. Kind-hearted, oh, I just don't want her to feel sad. Now you're in the mess that you're in. Now don't get me wrong. She knew a sucker when she saw it. So she hit a lick. She knew a sucker when she saw it. But this is craziness to me. Everyone is telling you no, but you're steadily giving her information until the point, according to your lawsuit with the New York Times, she iced you out. Of course, you gave her everything to be able to ice you out. But you want to look like the good guy to everybody. You can't always be the good guy. Sometimes you got to be. You don't have to be bad, but there's a whole area between good and bad. Sometimes you got to be in the middle. You got to tell Diddy no. You got to tell Blake Lively no. And you two can't be the only people in the text thread. I would have started a whole new text thread with James Heath in there. And hopefully with this producer. So this producer could come in and tell her no. So that way you can still look like the good guy. Okay. All right. Baldoni shared limited scenes with Lively, which everyone told him not to do, feeling uncomfortable all the while. Yet he already knew that he had to bow to Lively's demand. How did he know that he already had to bow to her demands? What was going on that he had to bow to? Because sometimes I can be crazy. Sometimes. But y'all in the chat, y'all let me know, am I missing something? What was going on with the demands from if you've read all three lawsuits, Blake Lively's lawsuit, the PR person's lawsuit, his lawsuit with the New York Times. What am I missing? What are those? What is this? These demands? Or maybe we're reading something out of order. Maybe I'm reading something out of order. I could be that because I am thoroughly confused. In order to get the film out, in order to get out the film and its powerful message. Finally, he put his foot down, sending Lively one final scene. Finally, he put his foot down, sending Lively one final scene, and then telling her that he would not be sending any more cuts until he was finished with the editorial process. Sorry, back-to-back meetings. All good. Love the excitement, and I'm excited to show you when the time is right. No, not just me. Blank and Jamie have access to dailies, but not assemblies or cuts. Happy birthday, Blake. Coincidentally, today is the last day of my edit, as we are closing the room until we shoot again. It has been wildly successful, and I'm happy, and I'm so happy. You are so fantastic in the film. I'm sending you over one of my favorite scenes. He was so desperate for her input. I'm sorry. I just think that he was desperate for her input. I think I really do. I don't think he understood who he was talking to or messing with. I thought he thought he could kill him with kindness. I won't be posting or sending anything to anyone after this, but I'm excited to show you more in person when we come back. Please watch before Sunday, as all Pix accounts get shut down on Monday until we're back up. Can't wait to hear what you think. That's not putting his foot down, because he's offering to show her more. Okay. So if the cast is normally not allowed to see this, why was she asking? You asked the $1 million question, but it's going to take $100 million to answer. Blake is also the bigger star. Doesn't matter if that she was the bigger star, yes. But if this is something that cast is normally that cast do not get, it doesn't matter if she's the big star or not. Unless she is the writer, the producer, the director, she wasn't going to have. So she shouldn't have access to those dailies. My question is, why Sony and Colleen who wanted Blake? Mm, that's another $1 million question. So there was pushback. Oh, Colleen was a big you got to. You just have to tell people no. Based on the information provided, they're awful people. Baby. Cutthroat. Cutthroat. Exactly. She didn't get what she wants. She wanted these cuts. See, it was just, in my opinion, this is Pam Entertainment TV's opinion, just reading this, we hadn't finished it all. But it's my opinion, Justin was providing too much information than he needed to. This producer is telling him no. This producer is telling him and Jamie no. And he continues to acquiesce to her. Because had she not had the daily, she wouldn't have had the power to be able to refuse to come back. Had he not allowed her to, because we're just going to go backwards from here. Had he not given her the dailies, because again, you give them an inch, she's taking a mile. Because see, you allowed her to rewrite a scene, so now she feels you allowed her to change the wardrobe. You allowed her to rewrite the scenes. You have allowed her to look at the dailies. So of course she believes this PGA credit was hers. You gave her full access to it. It does. Since Colleen was a Blake Lively fan, she felt like that gave her a little justice. And you're not going to make me not believe that Blake Lively, because again, she dry snitches on herself. You're not going to make me believe that she was in touch with the people in Sony. She was in touch with Colleen, her and Ryan, and they looked at these dailies and got all this stuff and showed the version of the film. I can do it better. They're not really seeing, and she's the one that hadn't even read the book. Mm, mm, mm. She knew she was infringing. Again, that's where, again, I'm just going to say it now. That's where some of you all men get caught up with an average, attractive woman who can dress and smell nice and who knows how to, I don't mean to infringe, and she knows how to hit on your ego. And that's what she did with Justin. She looked at him, she figured out who he was, she figured out he was this nice guy for whatever reason. And she knew if she used that and, we're family and all this other stuff, that would suck him in. Because he didn't see it. He didn't see the brick coming until it hit him. I don't think Justice Religious Beast will allow him to act that way. Act what way? He had a job to do. If it's industry standards that the cast and the crew doesn't get copies of the dailies, doesn't get copies of the editing process. If Ryan Reynolds and all these people were not credited, Why are they rewriting scenes? She wasn't the hired writer. There's nothing in any religious text that I've read that's telling somebody no is going to send you to hell. But again, I believe that unless you can show me the deeds, no one has a heaven or a hell to put anybody in. Because of her threats of not returning to the film. Okay. It's like the Tim Miller situation in Deadpool. Exactly. Because, Tim Miller didn't even come back. He didn't want to be fooling with Ryan Reynolds. Not at all. All right, y'all, let's continue. You do have a point, but just to add, Ryan has lots of power, so he felt compelled to acquiesce. I understand that. I really do. But let's remember, Ryan was not listed on anything in this movie. So if Ryan did anything on this movie, and let's say this movie had tanked, Ryan Reynolds was not going to be held responsible. You know who was going to be held responsible? Justin Baldoni and James Heath. So even with the power that Ryan Reynolds had, he had no association with this movie. None. And if he was to pushing his weight as he does, there should have been a meeting, and there should have been a cease and desist somewhere in there. Sit your little ass down somewhere, because you're not a part of this movie. And if your wife wants to leave, let her leave. And if any religion tells you that you can't sit down and handle business, because let's think about it. If we're going to talk about the religion, Justin Baldoni has a family that he has to feed. His religion probably tells him that he is the breadwinner of this family. So there shouldn't be anything stopping him from making sure that his wife and his children eat. You think so? Because again, you all said that Colleen wanted that person. Now this is Petty Pam. This is real Petty Pam when I'm about to say his. So Blake Lively could have jumped. They could have got Scarlett Johansson. Well, she's the one that wrote the book. He was very interested in her in the book. He wanted the book to be, he read the book. He was very interested in making sure that stories were told. Yeah, they could have got Scarlett. It's so much shade. I told you Petty Pam has come out. They could have got Scarlett Johansson. She's just as big. She could have dyed her hair if they needed a blonde. Scarlett Johansson is big enough star that she could have pulled that off. And baby, do you know how Blake Lively would have been seething somewhere? She done already took that woman man, and now she done come back and took her role. But anyway, I'm sorry. That's just Petty Pam. Petty Pam, stop. The WGA strike ended on September 27, 2023, and the SAG-AFTRA strike ended on November 9th, 2023. Months before, Baldoni had made Lively representative aware that they would continue pre-production in order to hit the ground running when the strike ended. But Lively and her lawyers had been busy devising other plans during the strike. The same day that the SAG-AFTRA strike ended, Baldoni, the studios, and producer were eager to resume production. Instead, they were met with an email from Lively's lawyers. So when did they end? November 9th. So on November 9th, they were met with an email from Lively's lawyers who sent Wayfarer an unsettling and unexpected 17-point list of non-negotiable conditions that must be met before Lively would return to work. The stunning list was drafted for the apparent purposes of insinuating or outright claiming that Baldoni, Mr. Kind, always accommodating Baldoni, who told her no, now she mad, Heath and others had engaged in sexually inappropriate conduct during filming, nothing could be further from the truth. Yes, yes, because everybody was telling him no, don't send it. He still sent her one little one and wouldn't send her any more. So then when coming back, this is when this 17-point thing came out. Ooh, okay. And here's the letter. Thursday, November 9th at 2:14:14. To Wayfarer team, dear Wayfarer, with the tentative resolution of the SAG after strike, we are writing to address how to handle a return to the set of It Ends With Us, the film. It is no surprise to the film's producer that the experience of shooting the film has been deeply concerning on many levels. Of course it has, because they have been going over the fact that she kept disrupting the thing, she kept writing scenes, all of this little stuff. The complaints of our client and others have been repeatedly conveyed and well documented throughout the pre-production and photography. While we reserve all legal rights, at this stage, our client is willing to forego a more formal HR process in favor of everyone returning to work and finishing the film as long as the set is safe moving forward. In order for our client to feel safe returning to the production, we are attaching a list of protections that will need to be guaranteed and observed by the film's producers. If the production is unwilling to accept or uphold these protections, our client is prepared to pursue her full legal rights and remedies. This letter is not intended to constitute a full statement of all facts and circumstances relating to this matter. It is not intended to, nor should it be construed as a waiver, release, or relinquishment of any of our clients' rights or remedies, legal or equitable, all of which are hereby expressly reserved. All right. Both Wayfair and Sony attempted to revise the document to make it factually accurate, being that their representation of set culture was inaccurate, and sent comments through Wayfair's attorneys who incorporated Sony's notes, but Lively's counsel response made it clear that the list was not open for negotiation. The list was provided. Now, this is from To Wayfair, so I guess this is from her lawyers. The list was provided. The list we provided was not intended as a starting point for a negotiation. Rather, it is a set of protections that need to be in place in order for our client to return to work. Please let us know as soon as possible whether Wayfair will agree to accept all the protections, including in our original communication, including without limitation 11 and 12, with the following additional clarifications. In addition to the stunt double, Wayfair to engage Blake Lively approved body doubles for both character for all simulated sex scenes. This requirement applies to any future filming as well as to any footage that has already been shot. See, she had all access to this stuff. This is what she was doing. She looked in there and she saw some stuff that was unflattering to her. So she's not going to go back. Oh my God, I'm not going to have that because see, they're going to have all of this stuff out here and I can't just have that. So she saw all this unflattering stuff, and that's Justin Baldoni's fault because his producer and James Heath was saying no. And then he's talking about, oh, well, I'll just give her a few. So she was privy to see what she felt was unflattering, and that was his fault. That's Justin's fault. Please let us know as soon as possible whether Wayfair will agree to accept. Okay. 15, the requirement applies to any future filming as well as to any footage that has already been shot. Now, how would she know about footage already being shot? Okay. We can limit this We can limit this requirement to scenes involving nudity, partial nudity, and or simulated sex. It was clear that Wayfarer would have to sign the document as is, despite the falsities of its insinuations. And there should have been a meeting about those insinuations. And then at that point, if they'd have had that meeting, and that producer and Sony and James Heath, they would have got on Justin Baldoni's behind saying, you had no business giving her this stuff. This is now she done hijacked this stuff. But him wanting to get this movie out was clear. You give an inch, they'll take a mile. So now everyone has this distorted image of what really actually went on, but some of this stuff could have been prevented had certain information not been given. The alternative was to lose millions of dollars, cost hundreds of people their jobs after they had been out of work for months, and destroy their relationships with Sony. Nonetheless, the demands themselves were agreeable. Indeed, some were already in place. Okay. I don't have a problem with that. Because now you're looking at the promises that you made Colleen that, you know, there'll be a budget in place, that you can get this stuff done. You're not able to get all this done because you've got this one person who has come in, and again, you don't let the vampire cross your threshold. You don't invite them in. You never should have invited a vampire into the writing production of that. You never should have let the vampire into the wardrobe thing. You should have never let the vampire in. Because once that vampire is there, they will suck the blood out of everything going. Whew. To illustrate the distorted and downright fictional basis for the 17-point list of demands, each one of them is addressed in turn below. Okay. Point 1, intimacy coordinator. Lively demanded that an intimacy coordinator be present at all times when Lively was on set. In fact, an intimacy coordinator had already been engaged during the first half of the production. So Wayfarer took no issue with this request itself, despite both Lively and her attorney knowingly insinuating that there was not one. On or about March 20th, 2023, nearly 2 months before filming, Baldoni met with the intimacy coordinator in early April of 2023, more than 6 weeks before production commenced. She was engaged. Lively was aware, as Baldoni had informed her in writing on or about April 6, 2023. Lively's attorney was also aware, as documented in May 8th, 2023 emails between her, Wayfarer's attorney, within which Wayfarer provided her the intimacies coordinator, approved nudity writer, followed by written confirmation of said approval. Wayfarer, IEWU, Blake Lively nudity writer. It says Wayfarer counsels, Lively's counsels. This was on Monday, May 8th, 2023 at 11:30. Hello. I hope you had a good weekend. Attaching here Blake's nudity writer for your review that has been approved by SAG intimacy coordinator. Apologies for the rush job, but please note we need this signed by tomorrow. Reserving customary rights. I look forward to hearing from you shortly. Kind regards. And they redacted all the names that are attached to this. So they have 2 Lively's counsels, Wayfarer's counsels at 1:46 p.m. Hi, whoever. Do you have written approval from the intimacy coordinator for the exhibit that you can share? To Lively's counsel at 9:30, May 10th at 9:03 a.m. Hi. Confirmation for redaction attached here. Let me know if you need anything else at the moment. Thanks. And they have an attachment for the nudity writer. Although the presence of an intimacy coordinator is not a Screen Actors Guild rule, but rather a recommendation, Baldoni was eager to engage one from the start to ensure talent, himself included, felt safe during intimate scenes. It was also important to him that the intimacy coordinator be a woman to help craft sex scenes that would speak mostly to a female audience of the book, i.e. be written from the female gaze. A fact Lively later mocked both in her complaint and her CRD, mocked in both her complaint and her CRD complaint, civil rights complaint, department complaint. All right. Given both Lively and Reynolds firsthand knowledge of these facts, Lively's insistence in her November 9th, 2023 return to production demands on the constant presence of an intimacy coordinator was baffling. However, because Wayfarer had already engaged an intimacy coordinator and had no issue with the request, and given the request came with the threat that Lively would not come back to work after months of filming and planning, Wayfarer acquiesced. This acquiescence, given with the written caveat that Wayfarer disagreed with the characterization, was later used by Lively to falsely suggest an acknowledgement that there had not been an intimacy coordinator at all. Point 2, limiting review of intimate scene footage to those whose essential business. Limiting review of intimate scene footage to those with essential business reasons. Okay. Given that this was already standard practice in the film industry and in the practice on the film set, Wayfarer readily agreed to this demand, though without any reason to believe that the demand was made in response to any inappropriate conduct. Despite having filmed for over a month and despite having been provided a nudity rider and the opportunity to negotiate, finalize, and sign, Lively had never asked for a closed set. However, production had always adhered to this and had no problem agreeing to this demand. For clarity, no intimacy scenes were even shot prior to the November 9th, 2023 return to production demands. Therefore, under no circumstance did Lively shoot intimate scenes without a nudity rider, as suggested in her complaint, and production did not violate any SAG-AFTRA rules. The one simulated nude scene filmed prior to the strike break and the November 9th, 2023 return to production demand was a scene that Lively wrote, knew of in advance, and directed the action for, and she never requested a nudity rider or intimacy coordinator for that scene. Let me go back because I'm not understanding. Given that this was already standard practice in the film industry and in practice on the film set, Wayfarer readily agreed to this demand, though without any reason to believe that the demand was made in response to any inappropriate conduct. Despite having filmed for over a month and despite having been provided a nudity rider and the opportunity to negotiate, finalize, and sign, Lively had never asked for a closed set. However, production had always adhered to this and had no problems agreeing to this demand. All right. For clarity, no intimate scenes were ever shot prior to the November 9th return to production demands. Therefore, under no circumstance did Lively shoot intimate scenes without a nudity rider, as suggested in her complaint, and production did not violate any SAG-AFTRA rules. So then you come back, you said that there was no, then you say the one simulated nude scene filmed prior, let me see. Read on, Pam. The one simulated nude scene filmed prior to the strike break and the November 9th, 2023 return to production demand was a scene that Lively wrote, knew of in advance, and directed the action for, and she never requested a nudity rider or an intimacy coordinator for that scene. Okay. That baffles me because that says that she didn't do an intimate scene, but then there was a simulated nudity scene. And she never requested. Why would she request if you already had a intimacy coordinator already on the scene? It's because there's some things, because the way this is again, that's the thing about having something done in chronological order, because you can kind of get a feel for this, because I'm not hearing what the demands was only now that she wasn't going to come back to set. But what were the demands prior to that? That you were letting her write the stuff. You were letting her uh, 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 do the wardrobe. You were letting her do look at the dailies. What was going on there? That's what I'm trying to figure this out. But let's continue. This demand, as written, suggests nude or intimate scenes were filmed with non-essential personnel present. Later in her complaint, Lively alleges that during a scene, the birthing scene, she was mostly nude with her legs sprayed wide open in stirrups and only a small piece of fabric covering her genitalia, and that there were non-essential persons present. This allegation is knowingly false. To begin with, to describe Lively as mostly nude and naked from below the chest down is dishonest. Lively was wearing black briefs and a pregnancy suit that covered her midsection, and her top was covered by a hospital gown. Her legal complaint deliberately suggests she was wearing a small piece of nude fabric glued around her genitalia by stating that this is generally what female actors use to provide some minimal privacy without disturbing the shot, leaving the reader to believe Lively was only wearing this small fabric. Lively was aware of this birthing scene as she was heavily involved in rewriting the script, and gave creative input for this specific scene, even against the director's creative vision. Moreover, film footage clearly demonstrates that the set was not chaotic, as she alleges, and only essential individuals, e.g., film crew and talent, were present for the scene and doing their jobs. Importantly, Lively knowingly and falsely alleges that the film's financier was present during these scenes and insinuated he was watching her nude, which he had no desire. How would you know? Which he had no desire to. He was not, okay. He was not, that. This is just added stuff that was unnecessary. That was unnecessary. You could have just said he was not even on set during the filming of that scene. He arrived later, nearly stopping by for a brief moment amid his busy schedule, and was present during the filming of a scene in which Lively's character spoke with a female OBGYN doctor, a scene in which she was fully clothed. Okay. Point 3. No spontaneous improvisation of scene involving physical touching, simulated sex, or nudity, which must be choreographed with intimacy coordinator. Contrary to Lively knowingly false claims, it was Lively who refused to meet with the intimacy coordinator to plan out the scenes, putting Baldoni in the awkward position. Y'all are not even seeing what I'm seeing, huh? I'm sorry. Contrary to Lively knowingly false claims, it was Lively who refused to meet with the intimacy coordinator to plan out their scenes, putting Baldoni in the awkward position of meeting alone with the intimacy coordinator and later relaying sex scene suggestions and plans to Lively in the intimacy coordinator's absence. These meetings often took place at Lively's insistence in the couple's home, and often while Lively's husband was present. Again, if there was a set time to meet with the intimacy coordinator and she didn't come to meet with the intimacy coordinator, there should have been an email. You didn't meet with the intimacy coordinator, da 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 da. It should have been something. This, and again, I know y'all get tired of me saying this. I know y'all get tired of me saying this, but there's no way in the world that I'm always going to go to these folks' houses. Let's see. Lively's method of work was unconventional and uncomfortable for Baldoni. To suggest Baldoni was the one who created this scenario is knowingly false. So here we go with the text messages again. Justin Baldoni, just hired intimacy coordinator who I love. We'll set you up to meet FT with her next week for intro. Blake Lively, I feel good. I can meet with her when we start. Thank you, though. Just FYI. Just wanted to tell you about this scene. She doesn't want to meet intimacy coordinator until we start with what may mess up the workflow, but I can still meet with her, of course. Female producer, that's fine if she doesn't want to meet her now. You'll just have to walk her through what you and the intimacy coordinator are thinking. Okay, y'all make me mad. When is they put a the reason what I'm looking for, because every other text we have timestamps and and dates and stuff, and this one we're not having that. As a result, many sex scenes were not written with simultaneous collaboration and input from both Lively and the intimacy coordinator, as Baldoni had long intended. The female gaze that Lively distorted in her CRD complaint and on information and beliefs circulated to the New York Times for its publication weeks before filing her complaint with the court. In the end, Lively rejected all of the intimacy coordinator's proposals to rewrite the scenes herself. Most egregiously, Lively later used these circumstances created entirely by her to accuse Baldoni of assisting Lively do uncomfortable or gratuitous scenes that were in fact proposed by the intimacy coordinator and by all accounts very typical as of any actor performing simulated sex scenes. This is well documented in handwritten notes Baldoni took during meetings with the intimacy coordinator and later read to Lively. Lively, in her recent allegations, misrepresented these ideas as personal, despite the fact that they were workshopping scenes for their characters. Lively's inability to discern the basic premise of the divide between collaborating on a film and the personal interactions with her co-star and director is woven throughout her claims of sexual harassment. In support of what Lively positioned as the impetus for these demands, she alleges Baldoni personally added graphic content, including a scene in which Miss Lively was to orgasm on camera. This is false. During a creative meeting which Lively requested take place in her home, Baldoni read to her his notes from the intimacy coordinator, including a suggestion that Lively's character orgasm during the scene similar to the book. Lively remarked, quote, "Oh no, I'm too old for that." And Baldoni offered another suggestion and said, also from his notes from the meeting with the intimacy coordinator, Baldoni then moved on. Lively later complaints Lively's later complaint sheds light on what this point was alluding to in this demand, which at the time was baffling, and upon review of the film's evidence is unequivocally based on a lie. Production was filming a romance montage of Lily and Ryle on their date. On one of the producers played music to set the mood so the character could slow dance. Lively, consistently unable to take direction, insisted that she really liked the idea of the characters constantly talking because, as she described, she and her husband like to keep talking and talking and talking. Baldoni, her director, and the film's assistant director, who was directing the scene, disagreed. In an attempt to encourage her to take his direction, Baldoni offered up that he and his wife just often look into each other's eyes silently, to which she responded, like sociopaths, and laughed. Baldoni laughed and shook it off, while Lively once again started talking about how she and her husband can't not talk. Baldoni said, "I think that's cute," and complimented the couple, to which Lively responded, "I think it's more than cute." Lively continued arguing and tried to direct him for the scene, while they were supposed to be in character filming the scene. At some point, Heath and another producer, irritated, called Baldoni aside to express that they can't capture the intended shot because Lively wouldn't stop talking. He was instructed to somehow get her to stop. While there was a brief verbal exchange, Baldoni heeded the instruction of their assistant director, and producers continued to try to bring them back into character. As they were acting in this montage scene. Lively continued to break character and speak as herself rather than as Lily, which was extremely confusing for Baldoni, who was trying to balance directing the scene within his artistic vision while also acting in character while filming and trying to get Lively to do the same scene. Lively apologized for the smell of her spray tan and body makeup. Baldoni responded, "It smells good," and continued acting, slowly dancing as he believed his character would with his partner, which required some physical touching. Lively took them out of character again and began to joke about Baldoni's nose, while he laughed off and joked in turn, even as Lively joked that he should get plastic surgery. Lively incorrectly alleges that this scene was filmed without sound. Baldoni was wearing a microphone, and the entire exchange is captured on camera. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, well, well. And why is that funny to me? Because you thought that there was going to not be any evidence of the stuff that you said and how you were making that scene be. And lo and behold, he was wearing a microphone. And now you have to. Mm, 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 mm. Just cleaning off my glasses. They get a little greasy at times. Any suggestion that this scene was filmed in any manner other than pure professionalism by Baldoni is unequivocally countered with actual evidence. Her allegation of sexual harassment is a documented and knowingly fabricated lie. Moreover, it was Lively who engaged in unchoreographed kissing scenes. One scene, again captured on camera, exhibits Lively pulling Baldoni in to kiss her. It is clear Lively was initiating unchoreographed kissing. In one take, she pulled Baldoni in and kissed him once, in another twice, and the number of kisses entirely initiated by Lively changed at her whim. Baldoni, as a professional actor who, among other roles, played lead love interest in television's Jane the Virgin for 5 years on 100 episodes, not the flex, is most is like most actors, accustomed to rehearsing or filming scenes multiple times, often with variations, without needing permission while in character. While Lively now takes issue with any innocuous improvisation Baldoni, as Ryle may have allegedly initiated while in character, Baldoni treated their relationship on camera as professional, each playing their part, each doing their job. If no one was supposed to improvise, Baldoni would have no way of knowing based on Lively's own action. Lively demonstrated again and again that this was normal and acceptable part of filming romantic scenes. And again, she got caught in a lie in a interview about this, because you remember Colleen was sitting next to her and she was like she said something to the effect, and I'm paraphrasing, "Oh no, I didn't do that. That's not what I did." And Colleen looked at her and says, "Oh yeah, it's on film. We saw it. It's on camera." So this is probably the scene that they were talking about. Let's see. Thank you for that FaceTime. Y'all can tell real quickly what generation I come from. All of these initials and stuff like that, I don't know. All these abbreviations. There were text messages about her not meeting with the intimacy coordinator. Colleen wanted fame. She never cared about the message. Maybe she didn't want to meet with the intimacy coordinator because she knew she would be trying to change the script. It seems like, and y'all let me know if I'm barking up the wrong tree. But you know what it seems like to me, Kat? It seems like she didn't want to meet with anybody outside of Justin or the people of the cast that she can kind of control. This intimacy coordinator seems like they were hired when they were hired, but it doesn't seem like it was on a full-time basis, just as needed. And it doesn't seem like she wanted anybody to contradict the stuff that she had going on. And again, I think so too. She didn't want to have to follow something because again, this is something that, and y'all let me know if I'm not, because this is a writer, that's something that SAG-AFTRA has in there. This is going to be something that she didn't want to have to contend with. But yeah, she would, it was going to change her vision. I believe she thought that this intimacy coordinator was going to change her vision or something like that. I don't know. I don't think I have the appropriate words. It's all about power. Yeah. So Colleen is selling coloring books and stuff. I thought Blake Lively, no, that was liquor and stuff. Oh, I'm assuming based on her response, it was before filming. LOL, she really wanted the character to be her instead of the becoming the character. And that's what it seems like. Because you remember, again, what was interesting to me was the fact that this character was written to be 23 years old. And Blake Lively had sent a letter or something to age the character up. So it is interesting to see that she was really trying to change this character into some version of herself. If you watch her interviews, she basically said that she was a kid. But she didn't read the book. And I can't even tell you that she even read the book now. Mm, 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 mm. Let's go, y'all. All right. Did I read that? Lively also complains that there were inappropriate and improvised kissing during the first period of the filming before the strike break. But in fact, the only two kissing scenes filmed during the initial filming period were both scenes that included kisses as written in the script. These kissing scenes were not improvised. Number 4.4. Ooh, we got to read 17 of these doggone things. Physical touching of Lively, including hugging. No physical touching of Lively, including hugging, or comments on her physical appearance except in connection with the character and or scene work, not as Lively personally. To be clear, none of the named parties touched Lively when not in character, especially not in the manner suggested. While Baldoni and Wayfarer clearly agreed that co-workers should respect physical space, Lively's constant confusion of references to her character as played by Lively as opposed to Lively herself. You see that, Cat? They're basically saying that Lively's constant confusion of reference to her character as played by Lively as opposed to Lively herself became problematic and interfered with production. This was caused in large part by Lively's persistent desire to direct and inability to accept direction. For example, her allegations that Baldoni inappropriately called her sexy was in fact a reference to a scene where everyone was wearing onesie, but Lively was covering her onesie with a big coat. Baldoni, her director, asked that she take off the big coat so that her onesie would be visible in the scene. Baldoni said it will be hot as it was 90 degrees in the small bar with no air conditioning. Lively mischaracterized this in her complaint as Baldoni referring to her personally as hot, using the slang meaning of the term, given that Lively herself had earlier expressed to him that she wanted her character's wardrobe to be sexier. Baldoni encouraged her to accept direction by saying, "It's sexy," meaning that without the big coat, the wardrobe was sexier, as Lively had said she wanted it to be. Lively took this personally. She was unable to take the direction, later alleging his behavior was inappropriate regarding her self-chosen wardrobe, stating that's not what I'm going for. Baldoni, recognizing that she may have taken his direction personally, appeared offended. I want to read this footnote. So this is also on camera. So this exchange is also on camera. And appealed offended, apologizing more than once. His statements were immediately followed by his gesture that she had something in her teeth and requested for someone on set to get her a toothpick. This exchange, all of which is captured on camera, demonstrates how ludicrous and deliberately malicious Lively's allegations are. While on the while on the one hand, Lively accuses Baldoni of making comments about her appearance on the while on the one hand, Lively accuses Baldoni of making comments about her appearance. On the other hand, on the other, she made derogatory comments about Baldoni's appearance, telling him he should undergo rhinoplasty, a nose job, something Baldoni has publicly expressed insecurities about and has discussed on an episode of his podcast, Man Enough, exploring the topics of body dysmorphia. Lively's comment about Baldoni's nose is also captured on camera. Baldoni, rather than write down a list of grievances against Lively, brushed it off and moved on with the scene. Baldoni's sincere dedication to what he has repeatedly described as holding himself accountable as a man was being used against him, just as Lively is attempting to do now. To characterize his sensitivity to her personal reaction to his creative direction, which was not only innocuous but well intended, is malicious. To then share this knowledge, to then share this knowingly false characterization with the New York Times for publication months before filing any formal complaint, then waiting nearly 2 weeks to file the complaint with this court, thus depriving him the opportunity to engage in discovery before the damage is done, is inexcusable. Despite the flawed factual premise underlying Lively's demand, in the face of Lively's refusal to return to work, Wayfarer agreed to this condition. Point number 5. No discussion of personal experience with sex or nudity, including as it related to conduct with spouse or others. When Baldoni was faced with this demand, he was utterly confused. By the time Lively and Baldoni were developing their intimate scenes together, they had developed a friendly relationship and were communicating over text. Lively felt comfortable expressing herself and appeared to do so freely. She took photos of Baldoni holding and comforting her newborn in her home. Baldoni filmed her uncontrollably laughing with him as they rehearsed late into the evening, often delirious with exhaustion. Nothing about their interaction suggested Lively was uncomfortable around Baldoni. Though confused by this demand and denied the opportunity to revise the return to production demands to make them factually accurate and less misleading, Wayfarer had no choice but to sign the document and did so knowing no such instances had occurred. I think at some point that there should have been, when they looked over this 17 point, just like they have detailed it like this, I think it should have been some kind of detail in there back to this attorneys, to their attorney, to their attorneys, as an addition or something to staple with it, so that when they signed it, they're signing it knowing that these are the things that they understand. Later, Lively references in her complaint instances that were shockingly mischaracterized and in no way inappropriate or unprofessional. For example, in response to a proposal from the intimacy coordinator that Baldoni's character Ryle not orgasm after he satisfies Lily, Lively remarked, "I'd be mortified if that happened to me," personalizing the character's sexual act. Baldoni, following Lively's lead in what he understood to be an attempt to connect with and develop their characters, remarked that those have been some of the most beautiful moments between himself and his wife. They then moved on. Again, him being such a good guy and trying to make her feel comfortable and stating things is just backfiring against him. They then moved on in another instance. As Lively and Baldoni were developing their scenes, Lively said, "I don't want it to look like porn," and then offered up that she had never seen porn in her life, a very personal fact. Baldoni complimented her and said, "That's wonderful because unfortunately he was first exposed to it when he was 10 years old and struggled with the porn addiction for a period of his life." He writes openly about this in both his books, Boys Will Be Human, written for young boys, and Man Enough, written for men, addressing pornography as a societal problem. Anyone who knows or has done any research on Baldoni would have knowledge of this, and it can no way be characterized as inappropriate, especially after opening the door to discussion by disclosing something highly personal. At every turn, Baldoni was entrapped. Moreover, Heath, who had nothing to do with this exchange and has never had a porn addiction or even mentioned porn in Lively's presence, was falsely and knowingly lumped into this accusation. Lively continued with an outrageous and knowingly false suggestion that she was shown pornography or naked images of Heath's wives on set. This allegation knowingly and maliciously misrepresents an instance when, in connection with the birthing scene, Heath, at the director's request, attempted to show Lively a video that demonstrated the director's vision for the scene. This video, which ultimately was not shown to Lively, even though she stated she'd like to see it later as she was eating, is by all accounts beautiful. Since Lively wanted to see it later, what she saw was the first image at the start of the video, which shows Heath's wife, himself, and their baby after his wife gave birth at home, a natural birth or home birth. To characterize this image that captures such a beautiful moment with their newborn baby, shared with the consent of his wife for purposes of the film, as a naked photo or worse, porn, is deplorable. Nonetheless, Lively did not object and asked to see the video after she ate, having managed to convince the director to write and shoot the scene according to her specifications. These brief exchanges were distorted beyond recognition in the 17-point list of return to production demands that Lively served on Wayfarer. Still, without conceding that anything remotely inappropriately happened, Wayfarer agreed to this condition so they can resume production. Point 6. No one to enter Lively's trailer while she was undressed. The suggestion that this ever happened is illogical and categorically false. No one would or did enter Lively's trailer without knocking first and asking permission. More than once, Lively invited Baldoni, Heath, and other producers into her trailer so that she could multitask, understandably balancing motherhood with her work obligations. Regrettably, while accommodating Lively, Baldoni and Heath were led into situations that would later be characterized as harassment. She set y'all up. Lively herself invited Baldoni to her trailer to work on lines while she pumped breast milk. And gentlemen, you got my spiel earlier, so I won't give it to you again. Lively regularly breastfed in front of Baldoni while they had meetings. Heath was invited into her trailer for a meeting at her request while she was having makeup removed from her collarbone because she was not able to meet at any other time. Her nanny, makeup artist, and assistant were present, and Lively was not topless as she claims elsewhere, but was fully covered while either nursing or pumping breast milk. In this instance, he was instructed to turn away while while they spoke and respectfully did so, while they figured out a time to meet with the other producer standing just outside the door. And as Heath pleaded with Lively to have the meeting the next morning to avoid her getting home late and losing shoot time for the following day. While it's possible he inadvertently may have made eye contact at one point, he did not recall. Lively later mentioned he did and it made her uncomfortable, to which he responded, "I'm so sorry, I really didn't realize." Lively responded, "I know you weren't trying to cop a look," and they moved on. Lively's suggestion that one but two professional and conscientious men barged into her trailer several times or attempted to enter or pressured her to allow them to enter offends not only their long established integrity, but the sanctity of their vows to their wives, their dedication to their children and families. Lively is aware that both men are incredibly supportive and respectful of motherhood, to say the least. Heath's wife is a vocal advocate for postpartum mothers. Baldoni's wife co-founded a company that designed a breastfeeding garment, a prototype that originated with his mother when he was an infant. Baldoni has gifted Lively one, had gifted Lively one. While those facts would never be an excuse for barging in unannounced, it is indicative of the nature of their relationship with and respect for women. Simply put, such allegations are categorically false that would have widely claims that would have been wildly out of character if they were true. Point 7. We're halfway through the points, y'all. 17 of them. No filming nude or sex scenes except per nudity writer, and no use of prior nude scenes without nudity writer. It was Lively was provided a nudity writer approved by the SAG intimacy coordinator and was given ample opportunity to provide notes before production commenced. Despite constant pursuit over several months, Lively's attorneys never produced notes, and Lively not only didn't sign the nudity writer during the first phase of the production, but never even signed her employment agreement. Her main, I'm gonna read that again, y'all. You know, when I get confused, I gotta read it again. Lively was provided a nudity writer approved by SAG intimacy coordinator and was given ample opportunity to provide notes before production commenced. Despite constant pursuit over several months, Lively's attorney never produced notes, and Lively not only didn't sign the nudity writer during the first phase of production, but never even signed her employment agreement. Her main concern, while Wayfarer's lawyers were all but begging for signature, was ensuring her fee was deposited into escrow. In order to move forward, they had to pay her fee even though she hadn't signed the agreement. What? Let's see what y'all are going. Well, let's see where we are. Hey, Melly. Let's see. Wayfarer, the media production company behind It Ends was co-founded by Justin Baldoni and billionaire Steve Sarowitz. The company was entirely financed by Sarowitz with $125 million. I wonder, Pam, where are the corrections they tried to make to the document? There's probably a draft of that document. In Blake Lively's complaint, it was stated that Steve Sarowitz said he was prepared to spend $100 million to ruin the lives of Lively and her family. Okay. So we haven't gotten to all of we're still in Baldoni's thing. So that was in her lawsuit. So I have not read her lawsuit live. I just read it. I work on HR as an employer. You cannot show someone your wife giving birth at work without asking if it's okay. True. But she did say he did say something about that, and she said that she would look at it after she ate. Now I did read that. As a licensed professional who seeks consent, you clearly missed the part where she said she wanted to see the photos of the birth. If she ate, she did. She wasn't forced. All right, let's continue. All right. So in 106, the thing that has me looking funny is the fact that she hadn't signed all her agreements. She didn't sign the nudity rider. She didn't even sign her employment agreement. So when at what point did she sign her employment agreement? They're not giving me any dates to let me know any of these things. The Screen Actors Guild states that producers must provide actors at least 48 hours notice before call time to review and negotiate a nudity rider. A nudity rider approved by the SAG after intimacy coordinator working on the production was provided to Lively's counsel on May 8th. Wayfarer's attorney communicated that they would like it signed by May 11th and requested that they send any notes they may have. On May 12th, 2023, Lively's attorney finally responded that they were reviewing the nudity rider and would come back with notes. Their focus then shifted to ensuring Lively's fee was deposited in escrow, and that they became fixated on that, despite Wayfarer's repeated requests for Lively to sign the customary certificate of engagement first. Ultimately, despite constant pursuit, it became clear that Lively had no intention of signing the nudity rider or her contract at that time. So here we go, 18. When working with an actor who may take time to sign the main actor agreement, it is customary to send a certificate of engagement to protect the copyrights of the film. Wayfarer negotiate the terms of said certificate of engagement, but though it was approved by Lively's counsel, it never received a signed copy. And that bothers me. These you have these production companies and all of these things, and the business of filming doesn't seem like it's been done. Now, it doesn't excuse the stuff that's going on, but it leads up to, I guess this is a lesson to know that there's a reason why you dot your I's and cross your T's. And there is a reason why if you always have a backup. If you look in sports, and particularly in football, every position has a backup. There's a backup quarterback. There's a backup. Every position has a backup, or someone is cross-trained in that position. So when there's issues and problems, you can use your backup. That's why I said, now that I'm thinking about it, and I was being shady earlier, they could have got Scarlett Johansson, and she could have come in if she wasn't going to sign these agreements, if she wasn't going to do the things that she was supposed to do. They could have had Scarlett Johansson come in, or another actor of that caliber come in and work on this if Blake Lively was not willing to do what she needed to do at the top of the thing. And they wouldn't have had to worry about all of this stuff. But let's continue. Months later, the demand for a nudity rider became part of the 17 demands and presented as if they were Wayfarer, as if it was Wayfarer, not Lively, who was the cause of its absence. The demand also stated that any footage previously shot without the nudity rider in place may not be used without Lively and her legal representatives' consent. despite the fact that no simulated sex scene had been filmed. In fact, the only scene involving simulated nudity that had ever been filmed and was a scene that Lively knew well in advance, given that she wrote it herself, knew when it would be filmed, and directed the action herself, never requesting a nudity writer or an intimacy coordinator. Dotting I's and crossing T's. I don't know if in the legal thing will this be an issue, because I'm understanding what they're saying, but it's Wayfarer's responsibility to make sure these that the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. That one producer that they had, they should have given that producer a different type of job and let that producer, him or her, let that producer figure all of this out. Point 8. Lively entitled to personal representative on set. Wayfarer had no objection to allowing Lively a personal representative on set. Point 9. Notice of COVID exposure. On April 26, 2023, weeks before principal photography of the film commenced, Wayfarer sent crew a COVID protocol update informing them that the AMPTP return to work agreement expires on May 12, 2023, and as such, there will be no pre-employment testing and no mask requirements after May 12, 2023. Although the AMPTP return to work agreement that established COVID protocols expired prior to the start of principal photography and no testing or masking was required, Wayfarer agreed to inform Lively if production became aware that she was exposed to COVID. Point 10, no retaliation for request. While Wayfarer in no way conceded that Lively's demands amounted to a report of genuine sexual misconduct, Wayfarer had no interest in retaliating against Lively for making these demands. Their only desire was to make a great movie. In the interest of maintaining a professional and productive atmosphere on set, they agreed to meet all of her demands, including a broadly defined statement that they would not retaliate in any manner, including sarcasm. Wayfarer agreed through a letter that it became clear that Lively would consider any future efforts to push back against her demands with respect to the production as unacceptable retaliation. So they basically signed for her to do whatever the hell she wanted to do in point 10. On information and belief, this demand was included to safeguard Lively not from retaliation, but to secure her place as, quote, leader of the film with the threat of claims of retaliation if Wayfarer or Baldoni pushed back. So this is why she took over, because y'all gave her the way to do that in point 10. No retaliation for request. That's what you did. You signed it. Wayfarer agreed. Point 11, mutually agreed Sony representative required on set. Wayfarer agreed to the concept of having a Sony representative on set whenever Lively was on set, though it gently pushed back on the idea that it always be Ange Giannetti, who might occasionally have other pressing work obligations. However, Wayfarer agreed. Additional, Lively approved producer to be hired to super. Wayfarer pointed out, wait a minute. Additional, Lively approved producer to be hired to supervise filming. I am confused. Why is she demanding an approved producer to be hired? Well, of course she would, Pam, because in point 10, she was able to get no retaliation. So she was basically going to be able to do what she wanted to do. I don't even know why you find that to be confusing. Continue. Wayfair pointed out that the additional expense and the contractual implications of hiring an additional producer would have detrimental effects on the production. In the end, Wayfair agreed, as it would cost production more if Lively refused to turn to work. Would it? Would it? I want to see a cost benefit analysis on that. How much would it have cost? How much did y'all pay her and put in escrow? Again, petty me being petty, y'all could have got Scarlett Johansson on the line. Todd Black, suggested by Sony and approved by Lively, was ultimately brought on as an additional producer. And this is how you all got iced out of your own production. Because here's the way I look at it, and y'all let me know if I'm barking up the wrong tree. See, when you acquiesced about the close, she wanted to see whether or not that you were going to do that. You did acquiesce, so she was in. So after she acquiesced for the close, it was easy for her to say, oh, I want to help out with some of the writing. Let me write this scene. Let me show you what I can do. Because everybody else, when I did it, they just relegated me to just being the actor or anything like that. They took some of my work, but they didn't credit me for it. You acquiesced to that. And just to make sure that and this is all on Jason Baldoni, just to make sure that you would do it, she made sure that Taylor Swift, she made sure that her husband, whoever the other third person was there, and they were asking you about what you thought of this, the writing. What did you think about this? Can you add this to the thing? See, they already figured you were the sucker, and you were now, they hit a lick. So once you did that, of course she's going to be on the set all day, because she has you being able to say, it's okay, Blake, we'll suggest that. So now she sees that she can get what she asked for. So then she asks for you for something that the cast and the crew was not supposed to get, and your producer at the time was telling you no. So you give her the dailies. So now, which conveniently, the Writers Guild is on strike. SAG-AFTRA is on strike. You are giving her the dailies while you're in there editing. She has the ability, even though you say it was an overview, she has the ability to see how this film is working out. It's not looking the way she wants it to look. So you being kind and generous, Baldoni, you give her a copy of a scene that you're finding when everyone told you not to do it. You do it anyway. So she goes home, she looks at it. This is not what I want. This is not what I want. I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't want this. I'm not going to go back. You know what? And I'm not going to go back, because they're going to have to because see, now she has set you all up. And you remember, gentlemen, I told you when she texts, I'm pumping, you can come. That was a bait. And they took the bait. There should have been a text. Well, that's a private time. Let me call, text me when you're through, and then I'll come over. So now every twist and turn, even though it's not the way she said it happened, she's conveniently baited you into it so that she can twist it to say it happened that way. Thank goodness you've got some things on camera that's going to be in your favor, but you've got a very difficult thing to toe. You have a very difficult way to tell, because there are things that you have allowed. And then you signing, because James Heath was the one that signed this, you've basically signed everything away. So here you are producing a movie, putting money out, and she's taking it over. But you gave her the keys to the kingdom. when you should have told Diddy no. And plus, I'm reading the fact there were things that weren't signed. She didn't sign a nudity rider. She didn't even sign her employment agreement. So she comes back with this. Of course she's going to take over. Of course she's going to ask for her PGA credit. Existing third-party producers empowered to actively supervise the production. That's the point. While disagreeing with the other suggestion, you all acquiesce. I'm not going to read through all this other stuff because you all acquiesce to this. Point 14. Wayfarer used Lively approved body and stunt doubles for intimate and sexual violence scenes. Don't have an issue with that. 15. No filming nude or sex scenes of any actor's portrayal of Lily except per nudity rider, and no use of prior nude scenes without nudity rider. This was an overstep in an attempt to expand Lively's right to her own nudity rider to assert control, whatever. You signed it. Point 16, all day players must be hired through talent agency, not personal connections. At this point appears to relate to Lively's misleading claim that Baldoni inappropriately cast a personal friend to play the obstetrician due Lily's birth scene. Baldoni's casting an experienced actor who happens to be a friend is no different than casting Lively's sister, who was cast because she is Lively's sister. The actor portraying the obstetrician is an award-winning Shakespearean-trained actor with an MFA and acting from UCLA. In addition to appearing on numerous hit television shows, has toured nationally with a Tony Award-winning acting company and attended Oxford acting program on a full scholarship. His accolades and performance speak for themselves. Lively's current complaint states that she was alarmed when Baldoni introduced him as his friend and allowed him to play this, quote, intimate role in which the actor's face and hands were in close proximity to her nude genitalia, emphasis added. Categorizing the experience as invasive and humiliating, it is Lively's suggestion that a highly trained and experienced actor would have unseemly interest in being in close proximity to her nearly nude genitalia. That is inappropriate, invasive, and humiliating to the actor. To reiterate, Lively knowingly made a false statement that only a small piece of fabric covered her genitalia to the birth scene. Okay. Once again, Wayfarer agreed. Point 17, all hands meeting before production resumes. Wayfarer understood this request to be a sincere offer to meet and discuss the needs and preferences of Lively and other cast members to ensure comfort and security while filming a movie that dealt with difficult themes. In that spirit, Wayfarer readily agreed, believing that an opportunity to discuss concerns openly and to plan resuming production will be welcome, as will be established. Wayfarer's good faith belief could not have been further from the truth behind this demand. Lively, with the support of her husband, used this demand to justify an ambush of Baldoni and Heath on the eve of the first day of filming in phase 2 of production. Importantly, Sony, who had also a representative on set, found this 17 request confusing as well. Sony business affair. Hey, Jamie, took a look at this following our conversation. No change in my mind from what we discussed last evening. Items 1 through 10, 15, and 17 are basically just yes, of course. Interestingly, I'm surprised that you don't already have a negotiated nudity rider in place, giving the subject matter and content of the book, or am I misrepresenting her comment? Item 11 through 13, I want to hear more about what is underlying and what she's hoping to accomplish, respectfully, of course, in the hopes that some combination of the studio representative and the empowerment of Alex, presumably whatever that means, again, hope for clarification, might mitigate the need to engage an additional A-level producer. Item 14 is another question mark, since it sounds like she approved the engaged stunt double. And for item 16, I guess I'm confused about this one as well. And why the engagement of a day player has found its way on this list. Perhaps some of the upcoming sensitive scenes involve day player extras, and this is an attempt to manage the perception of their professionalism. Anyway, again, an, another clarification point. Further, as discussed, overall, the tone of the response has to be part denying the underlying insinuation and allegations, but doing so in a way that doesn't inflame or escalate further, since most of what's on the list of wayfarers acknowledging addressing. And of course, any unease on her part is of what paramount concern to the production, and you are all committed to working with her to ensure that she's comfortable with the plan and execution of the next few weeks in order to complete photography, right? I'm going to send a copy to folks internally and ask that our production attorney offer any assistance to blank and blank with respect to the drafting, etc., that they may feel the need. Sony Business Affair. Before returning to production, Lively had even more script notes and changes beyond what was already performed during the phase one of the production. Why wouldn't she? You all let her do it in the first place. All right. Let's see. Hold on, y'all. So what I'm going to do, let me take a small break because we are 4 hours and 10 minutes in. Let me take a small break. It'll be 2 minutes. And then we'll come back and we'll read as much as we can in this hour. And if we're not complete by the 5th hour, then I'd either have to do another live or something because we're getting into 5 hours of doing this. So I'm going to take a 3-minute break. All right. Thank you all so much for that break for me. All right. Here we go. Before returning to production, Lively had even more script notes and changes beyond what was already performed during phase one of production. In fact, in the face of these terrifying and false accusations couched as demands, as well as Lively's threats that she would not return to production, Baldoni realized he needed to cede control of the script to Lively as she wishes. Again, you allowed for her to do it in the beginning while you were the person that retained the control. And so you gave her all the information and the ammunition that she needed to be able to do such, even though in a way she was in even though she was blackmailing you. You all signed that 17-point agreement. So let's continue. His film would be taken from him by threats and coercion, and there was nothing to be done about it. In an email to his team containing the notes on his revised script, he expressed his sadness and frustration over Lively's takeover of a film that they had spent years developing, writing, and funding. That I really feel for him. I really truly do. But this is of your own doing. You let the vampire in. You never allowed the vampire to come across the threshold. Never. Once you gave her the dailies, she already knew that she wanted to take over that film. That should have been a thought in your head that she was going to do that. But you let her gas you up. You let her gas you up. Oh, you're so nice. And all those little different emails where they were friendly. She gassed you up. So yes, you lost your stuff. So yes, that you were thinking because you gave her the ammunition to do what she did to you. Was it right? No. But you signed that agreement for that to happen. Now, I truly do not believe that there was some kind of campaign to make her image look bad in the press. She did that all on her own. Again, there can be several things true at the same time. But you know the way our society is with up, there's always got to be somebody to blame. But this looks like the perfect disaster. She is who she was. It was going to show. It was going to show up and show out, and it did in her interviews and everything else. She made herself look that bad because most of the stuff that was coming out of her own mouth. But in regards to this film, you conceded. You conceded it when you gave that. It was one, like I said, once you allowed her to do that wardrobe, and then it was greatly panned, and Sony told you that they were concerned about that. That should have been the damn end of everything. And if she did not want to participate in that show, that was fine because number one, from what you said in this thing, you didn't have the nudity rider sign and you didn't have an employment agreement to sign. So she could have skipped and you could have got Scarlett Johansson. But once you allowed her to do that, and once you were starstruck because it was Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds and they invited me to their house. And I was there with Taylor Swift. And you don't think Colleen was starstruck with all of that too? I'm quite sure that they probably wined and dined her and did all of that. I'm not saying that she wasn't used to it, but didn't she? Didn't was I heard saw somebody in the comments say that she had asked for Blake Lively. If you're gonna run a production company, you got to have a backbone. And I'm sorry, Justin Baldoni does not have the backbone, the fortitude, or anything like that to run a multi-million-dollar company like this is being run. Having no energy left to fight, he sadly declared he was waving the white flag and submitting, and would give Lively 98% of what she wants. What happened to the other 2%? You might as well hell give her the other 100%. He also expressed serious concerns over how to handle the intimacy scenes, given the accusations inherent in Lively's return to production demands. Baldoni asked his producing partners to guide him, and he was rightfully afraid of the risk that something innocuous or not, because again, you couldn't retaliate according to point 10. So if she said for you to jump 3 feet and you only jumped 2.5 feet, that was considered to be retaliation at her point, because she was supposed to have control over all of that. This is a perfect case from all what I've just read in here. This is a perfect case of backing yourself up in to allege, where now you are beholden to the person to lift you back up, and they're just steadily taking your fingers and they're popping them off the ledge. She played him like the biggest fool that he's presenting right in his own lawsuit to be, in my opinion. Because this makes no sense. You acquiesced all this stuff that he should not have acquiesced to her as a director, as a producer. She was part of the cast. Okay. We have another hour to read, and whatever we don't read, we just won't read. We won't read it, but we understand what this lawsuit is about in regards to defamation. All right. He also expressed serious concern over how to handle the intimate scenes, given the accusation inherent in Lively's return to production demands. And this is why I don't understand why there was no pushback, or why there was no amended pushback. Because even Sony asked, well, you all need to clarify all of these things. So there should have been clarification. What you wrote in here should have been the clarification that was in those points. All right. As he was rightfully afraid of the risk that something innocuous or not to Lively standards would very likely be used against him, as it already had. Continuing that creativity is impossible in an environment shrouded by fear. By now, we all know what she's capable of. Baldoni's fear of Lively's retaliation was palpable, but he was determined to get the film to the finish line for everyone involved. Notes on script: Justin Baldoni to the members of production team, Jamie Heath. This was December 27, 2023 at 10:19 p.m. Hey team, attaches a revised script with the below notes, caveats in bold. This is not final, as there are things we need to discuss and then implement. Also, I have added in blank something AD here to have eyes on this, so he can digest at the same time as all of you. I spent the better part of the last few days trying to figure this out. Everyone knows how I feel about all of this, and how angry I am that Blake has taken over our film and somehow rewrote a movie we spent years developing, writing, and funding. So yes, I am furious and sad, as you should be. But again, All of that should have been up at the front with you trying to placate this particular woman when you knew before you even hired her that she had been problems on other sets. You knew this. You knew this. You knew this when you hired her because of the author wanting to do that. You should have given that. You should have said, even though the author said that she wanted to have some involvement in it, and I don't have an issue with that, but it should have been made clear. Listen, we're going to present these 3 or 4 actresses and use the best one. We're going to go with your pick, but we're going to use the best one, because you didn't even have to tell Colleen that. You could have just said, we want to make sure that we have the best fit, and these are the actresses that we believe is the best fit for this particular production. Ooh, child. So I'm understanding now why PR was put out back and forth, and how it has grown into this big clusterfuck. I'm seeing how it's done that now, because everybody because it started with giving her an inch, she took a mile. When the people were telling you, no, don't give her this information, you give it to her anyway. She has time during the strike to sit through here and look at the information. Oh, I don't like that. I don't want that. This would be better if it was written this way. Because she told you earlier in an email where, she has been, I've been writing stuff, or a text message, excuse me. I've been writing stuff and everybody has discounted what I write and stuff like that. But we really find out it's not her writing a damn thing. It's her husband. But she's getting the credit, but it doesn't bother him, because that's that money that's coming to their family. But I will continue to get back up with the goal of getting us to the finish line. I have come to terms with the fact that the only way out is through. I am waving the white flag and submitting. I am going to give her 98% of what she wants. I'm sure none of us have the energy to fight anymore. There shouldn't have been it shouldn't have been no energy to do that in the first place, because you, Justin Baldoni, with your dumb ass, gave her the opportunity to do such things. Oh, I wish that producer that was telling him what he needed to do. I wish that producer was very, very active and knew all of the ins and outs of the information in those text messages, so that producer would have probably squashed all of this. So here's where we are. There are minor things I did each scene. Some I made notes on, and tiny ones I didn't. Most of what I touched is below. And so we just think a producer thanks Baldoni for his thoughtful breakdown, especially considering the circumstances. We'll read that. That was December 28th. Thank you for this thoughtful breakdown, JB, especially this week, especially considering the circumstances. I'm free after 2 p.m. today or before 12 PT. As producers continue to request the final shooting script, as they are just 4 days before commencement of filming, Baldoni worked hard with very limited time to rework the script and directions to meet Lively's demand, recognizing that they would be in a negotiation for what the final script looked like. Lively's demand continued to cause additional work and stress for the production team. Hey, buddy. So this is Justin Baldoni to member of production team, CC Jamie Heath. This was January 1st. Hey, buddy, unfortunately, it looks like we're not going to be able to send anything until Thursday night or so. I'm not quite sure how to handle, but I'm doing these small rewrites, and I'm going to be sending back to the producers and all of you, and then they are all going to send it to Blake, and then we will be in negotiations for what the final script looks like. Why do all of that? You all gave Blake control. So in other words, she had all of this control, and she's not doing the work that she needs to do for this. Give it to Blake. Ooh. Meanwhile, on the day before commencement of the second phase of filming, Lively casually reached out to Baldoni, together with Heath and the film's producers, to meet in her home. There y'all go again, backtracking and going to this woman's house. Lively return to production demands required a meeting before filming resumed. On the day before filming, Baldoni, Heath, a Sony representative, the film first assistant director, and two producers arrived with production binder in tow, excited to discuss the details of resuming production. But Lively and her husband had a very different meeting in mind. Lively brought Reynolds as her chosen representative. Notably, she did not request any attendees from her union, the Screen Actors Guild, her union, the Screen Actors Guild. Together, Reynolds and Lively blindsided the rest of the group with a list of grievances read aloud by Lively that were as troubling as they were fictional. Reynolds then launched into an aggressive tirade by berating Baldoni in what Baldoni later described as a traumatic encounter. As Baldoni later said, he had never been spoken to like he had never been spoken to like that in his life. Reynolds demanded that Baldoni apologize to Lively for actions that he had either never happened or had been grossly miscarried. And see, your team signed that 17-point thing that said that you had to not retaliate or not acquiesce to what she asked for you to do. So this is a whole big test. She is going to sun you in front of everybody who was in that meeting. She was going to make sure that she sunned you in front of everybody in that meeting. Further enraged Reynolds. Everyone, including the producer, Lively, had asked to the production to engage, and the Sony representative left the meeting in shock. The producer said that in his 40-year career, he had never seen anyone speak to someone like that in the meeting. The Sony representative said that she often thought of the meeting, and her one regret was not to intervene in stopping Reynolds' tirade against Baldoni. So that's how Reynolds officially was able to get in onto this production, because he was her representative. Baldoni and Heath left the meeting deeply unsettled by Lively and Reynolds' behavior and the power dynamic at play. It was clear to them that this was the latest escalation in Lively's concerted campaign of extortion to extract concessions and creative control over the film, a campaign now apparently joined by Reynolds. Nonetheless, faced with the preserving in the face of extortionate threats versus shutting down a film halfway through production, an appropriate paper trail in the beginning would have like, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. So many things are true at the same time. Okay. It's crucial to note that the list of grievances read at the January 4th, 2024 ambush were new, separate, and apart from the 17-point return of production demands, and were never presented to any of the parties present. Though Lively's CRD complaint misleadingly suggests the parties agreed to a list of 30 items, many of the items listed on the CRD complaint were new, entirely based in lies, and neither read nor approved to any of the parties, let alone agreed to. The only document presented to the party was the 17-point return of production demands presented on November 9th, 2023, and signed over 2 weeks after this meeting. On January 19th, 2024, Lively CRD complaint, which on information and belief she disseminated to the New York Times well in advance of any legal filing, is riddled with blatant and deliberate misrepresentations as her complaint here. As Lively admits, filming resumed the following day and then concluded without any further grievances or references to previous disputes by Lively. Quote, the parties agreed to implement and follow the protections for return to production to ensure that the film could be completed, marketed, and released safely and successfully, and was. Production of the film resumed on January 5th and concluded on February 9th. The film has been a resounding success. Now that Lively had unleashed Reynolds on Baldoni and Wayfair, they felt powerless to oppose the couple, just as Lively had warned in April 2023, 9 months before Reynolds would ensure that Lively's demands were met at every turn. From then on, Lively would get her way or else. Unmistakably, Lively will use her carefully constructed paper trail to destroy Wayfarer, Heath, Baldoni, and the film. Lively completes her usurpation of the film. The Directors Guild of America required, so this basically, from what I understand, that she asked them to write her a letter for her PGA credits. Hold up. That's not what it is. I'm sorry. The Directors Guild of America required a 10-week editing period for directors to privately edit and assemble their director's cut. This period is sacrosanct as it gives the director uninterrupted time to creatively shape the final product. A time to experiment, take risks, and redefine until the film fully reflects their artistic vision. For Baldoni, this period is the peak experience of the filmmaking process, a time to immerse himself in the creative craft free from external influences. But Lively denied Baldoni this experience on this powerful and deeply felt film. And hence, I think that little stab or jab at the Golden Globe Awards, where that producer, if you watched my last live, where he had placed on there and he said, final cut goes to the director or something to that effect. Lively requested through producer Todd Black to join Baldoni in the editing bay. As a seasoned professional with over 20 years of experience in film and television, not to mention growing up in a family deep involved in the industry, Lively knew full well the implications of her request. But in the aftermath of the serious and false allegations that she had leveled against Baldoni, Heath, Wayfarer, and the production, and with pressure from Sony, they reluctantly agreed to grant her access to the editing bay for 2 days. Notably, despite her allegations that Baldoni paid a fee of comfort, Lively insisted on working closely with him through this process. Justin Baldoni, this is February 25th, 2024. Good morning, Blake. Blake and I had a great chat the other day, and he let me know you'd like to come into the edit before you leave for your film. And I think it's a great idea. No, you don't. See, you're sitting up here lying. Now, now you're really pissing me off, because your kindness does not mean that you got to sit up here and lie. You know it's not a great idea. You straight up lying. I agree, because that shouldn't have not even been added in there before you leave for your film, period. That should have been, but anyway, I'm going to continue. This is not my stuff. I agree that we work really well together. Lies again. And with all you put into this film, again, another lie. I completely understand wanting to give notes and have input before you leave for your other movie. Let her leave for her other movie. With that, I started my cut on Thursday, so tomorrow will be day 3. The movie is currently all over the place, and I need a few weeks to get it into some sort of shape to even present to you. What I would love to do is bring you in on the 18th and have us work together until you leave. Did I hear first week of April? Then once you are in Italy, as then things progress, you can jump in on any free days or even on days you have long wait between scenes. I am happy to send you progress scenes, etc. And with any changes or anything, blah, blah. I'm not going to read the rest of that because I'm already pissed off. Thanks. Hey, thank you for the note. I appreciate it. I'd love to be in the passenger seat with you as soon as possible. I don't need you to formally present anything. I understand you've just seen the first assembly and have a mountain ahead of you. I will be invaluable to you in recall alone as you put together what you're looking for. Basically, again, here she is buttering him up because she doesn't want to be in the passenger seat. She wants to see what he's done, how he's put the thing together. and she's not going to like it. Very excited to dive back into the work. Let me know. Because she's already accomplished what she needed to. Why is she afraid? She's not. What would she be afraid of? She's basically accomplished what she wanted to do, and he allowed her to accomplish it. Hey, Blake, I hear you, and I do know how helpful you have been and will continue to be. I do need some time to get sorted with my editors and wrap my head around the film itself. I will reach out to you at the end of the week to let you know the progress I've made so we can figure out the best time for you to start with me. Thank you. In February and March 2024, but Baldoni acceded to the request that Lively be let into the editing process. Ooh, child. Okay, so we read these before, but we'll just go in again. Editor 1, this was February 25th. Hey, just checking in and hope you're hanging in there. We're going to get through this, damn it. Justin Baldoni, thanks for checking in. I've sat with it, and I think it's the best path forward spiritually. And what's best for the movie is that I suck it up and let her in. I've sent a message requesting that it start on the 18th and that we would just let her in until she leaves. Excuse me. And then her cuts and updates throughout the process. I'll let you guys know what she says. Thanks for being awesome, Dream Team. We got you. That was editor 2. Editor 1. I think that sounds like a very good plan on all fronts. And this is Justin Baldoni. Side note, I offered for her to join on the 18th, and she replied that she'd like to join now because she will be invaluable to me as she knows every take. I'm going to stick to the date and see how that goes and see what comes up next. Editor 1. Oi. Editor 2. Stick to it. Editor 1. When you get a moment, could I please get an ADR line from you for the karaoke scene? And you don't do casual. I'll send you an audio reference. And so he must have sent him a voice note or something. Okay, let me put together some form of reel 5. The last scene was only half finished, so I will swap in the last version temporarily. That's editor 1. Editor 2. And hopefully Blank is working on scene 11, sound pass this morning. Justin Baldoni. Also, I think a valuable thing to do next week is going to be to get both of your systems set up in a way that you'll be able to find all takes very quickly based on whatever you are both comfortable with, because I know for a fact that there is going to be something that Blake is going to end up doing. And the last time we can spend searching for takes, the better it is going to be for the overall process. Something says popping in your room and something. Something says kick at some point. Justin Baldoni, let me know. If you guys need anything, I'm in LA at my office until I preview. Friday, March 8th. For Blake, should I say 9:30 to 3 each day, and that gives you guys 3 hours for extra notes and other things, or 10 to 3. Editor 1, 10. That gives us wiggle room for any powwows before we meet with her. Either works for me. It would be good to have time before and after. How's it playing? Later in March 2024, Lively continued pushing for her demands as what had been a 2-day collaboration extended into 10. And Lively sought to work alone in the editing bay without Baldoni so that she would have full control. Though Baldoni incorporated 7 pages of her notes into his edit at the very start and consistently kept her involved in every subsequent edit, despite having absolutely no obligation to do so, Lively was not satisfied with merely collaborating with the director. She wanted to be the director and see her own creative vision for the film realized. Editor 1, thank you for getting all those organized like that. Justin Baldoni, we should all hop when we can tomorrow before she joins, whatever works for you guys. Oh, wow. I was wondering if you were going, wait a minute, hold up. I missed a whole section. I let her know we tested. She asked for all the cards and data as well. Now, I will tell you this. You know, Blake Lively's father is a director as well, so she understands the language and stuff that she's talking about. She clearly understands it. Oh wow, I was wondering if you were going to. I think it was the right call. The Best Defense is a great movie. I know we talked about an 11 a.m. start for tomorrow with Blake, which I think would be very good idea. I think it's important that we meet with Blake beforehand in the morning so we can launch her working on music while we're working with Blake. Also, she's fresh eyes, so we can talk to her about things that came up from the screening. So I don't know. So that's editor one. Good morning from so and so. I don't know. From so and so, redacted. FYI, Blake started watching movie at 8:30 a.m. today on Pix. She did not watch it this weekend. Yes, she texted she was starting. This is Justin Baldoni. Shall we meet in my room at 9? And he sends a fist emoji. Solid, I guess. I don't know what it exactly means. Better to meet on blank since she will have access to yours just in case she comes in early. Editor 2, she doesn't have it yet, but happy to do it. Editor 1, what do we want to do about the falling in love montage? Now that I've gotten reel 3 off to music, I'm looking through the reel 4 and I see that there are 2 cuts from the walk and talk uh, first kiss scene in the love montage. The first one is obviously from that scene. The second one I think we can get away with. I just spoke to Redacted, who's been through all the footage, and he said that there was no more kisses for scenes that were already in the movie. I just did a version of just talking out that first wider walk and talk kiss seems to work. I think we have to wait on this until we solve the other Blake note of sexy romance after Atlas. We may pull the onesie sex out or not. Meet in redacted. Blake wants to know where you could be there, when you could be there next week. Editor 2, I can fly in on Sunday or Monday, up to you guys. So let me see. I'm trying to read these things really quickly, and I apologize. Y'all are not reading with me because I haven't put them on the screen. Let me see what y'all are saying. All right. Let me see. I'm gonna break. Colleen wanted to be involved and she chose Blake. Yes, we went over that. Gary P. That should also be a problem with the crediting. They need to know exactly what Ryan wrote and other things in the production he had hands with. Still waiting for receipts. We are getting partial emails, partial phone messages, and a lot of accusation. It is easy to spin any narrative in these lawsuits are part of it. Let's wait on discovery. Well, we're going to read what we have. From a work-related complaint, since Wayfair agreed Baldoni would stop certain actions, they have admitted to those actions. The attorneys were involved. They boxed themselves in. They did. I don't understand in that 17-point thing why they didn't put an addendum or something on there. Because I'm sorry, but you walk in a meeting and say, oh, well, these things are not up for negotiations. Oh, everything is up for negotiations. Everything is up for negotiations. But that's their fault that they didn't have because like I said, I don't know what their schedule was or how many weeks that they were supposed to be filming, but all of this from what I was looking at from when they started filming, they had what, maybe two weeks worth of filming, but half of that was her adding her information and all that other stuff in. They definitely could have found that original script, hired someone else, and quickly have gone through there. But I guess because they paid all the money, total extortion, preying upon a man's good nature and goodwill. Using Ryan and Taylor to throw her weight around. And y'all, and these types of things that should be expected in Hollywood. And I hope I'm making any sense. It should be expected in Hollywood. And I didn't see this, but factual lie. Became a new member. Thank you so much. But these types of things should be expected. And everybody is, and that's that thing about that thing about authenticity to me, is because everybody is, everybody wants to be quote unquote polite and act like you're best friends when you've known somebody only 2 weeks or you don't know them from an alley cat. And all of a sudden you're supposed to think people are buddy buddy and they're going to be honest with you and they're going to do all those things. No, don't go into life thinking that everybody is going to do right by you. It's always important, everybody, there's a lot of people that are raised to be polite and to be kind and to be all of those things. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. But you also should present yourself as someone not to be played with, unless you decide to get out here and play a game or anything like that. Because every last one of us have the capabilities of being quite manipulative. And that's why there are rules and things in place that are supposed to keep some of these people who are manipulative in check. That's why they're in place. And when you take your niceness to trying to acquiesce to people who are manipulative, it's over with. It is over with. Because there are people who run around here, rules are meant to be broken type of people, and they will do it the way they want to. There are people that are running around here. Do you think Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively have a combined asset of $300 and something million just because they're kind? Cutthroat. That business is cutthroat. And they will use these legal gymnastics and all of this stuff through this cutthroat business. And so you have this quote unquote nice guy being nice, iced out of his own movie, because you bent the rules when you weren't supposed to bend the rules. Even this stuff about him being so nice, he gave her credit. That, to me, that's what good is what good is it? Because now you're sitting up here with a $4 million net worth, fighting people with $350 million net worth. You're going to go bankrupt trying to clear your good name, but your good name didn't need to be cleared had you followed the rules and not trying to acquiesce to somebody who feels like, oh my God, I didn't get my just due in my other films. Please. When you knew when you hired her, she didn't have such a good working relationship. See, those people didn't allow for her to get away with what you allowed for her to get away with. I'm mad at both of them. I'm mad at both of them. And I'm really not mad. This is just a good I'm not really mad, but this is just a good exercise to show that so many things can be truthful at the same time. Because, a lot of times we love to run in and be team this person and team that person. And we always like to see the best of the person that is on that team. My personality is that everybody is capable of anything. And so this is just a perfect example as to why, if you are someone with a very kind disposition and you need for business to be done, because he's into the artsiness of it. You see what I'm saying? He is one of these creators that's in for the artistic expression and all of that stuff of the artwork. She's in it to make her some damn money. and have her appear to be this wonderful actress who's a great producer and director and all of that. This is what she's wanting. And she's wanting the accolades, but she wants it on the back of somebody else. So she sits around these artistic type people. So she's around. She saw him, that he was one of these artistic type people that, is very kind and loves his wife. And, he's, just that type of personality. She saw exactly right through it. And he didn't get to see it. So now he's in this mess. What do we want to do about the falling in love? Okay, we read that. We're over here. Blake wants to know when you could be there next week. Editor 2. I can fly in on Sunday or Monday, up to you guys. And would you prefer to be there or edit from home? I honestly don't have a preference. And so it begins. We could push for you to stay home. It's up to you. Editor 2. Both have pros and cons. I want Blake to feel like she's getting what she wants, so we can move on from this need of hers. For the record, she's been getting what she wants this entire movie. As the editors noted, Baldoni bent over backwards for Lively for months on end. Editor 2, I understand. And she's getting to edit, which is what she wants. Let's remember that, LOL. Yes. Now, let me ask y'all something. This 17-point thing that they signed, did this go through was this just for what was on set, or was this for the entire process of the movie? And she's getting to edit. Okay. Yes. And yet, true. I don't want to give her any opportunity to say, well, because blank was in LA, we can only work certain hours. So I needed more time and I didn't really get what I needed or what it may be. Justin Baldoni. Point is, if you feel it's best for you and you want to go there, no problem at all. And also, if you would like to stay home, that's something that we can say. I just want you to do what's best for you. Make a decision, Justin Baldoni, please. Point is, if you feel it's best for you and want to go there, no problem at all. Okay, that's a good point. Editor 2. I appreciate your protection and thought. I am truly game for going if that's what she prefers. If she doesn't care, then save the money and have me work from home. You're definitely nicer than I am. This is editor 1. I want to stay here to make it less convenient for her to say that she's going to be on a completely different time zone. Justin bent over backwards for her for months on end. I don't think you should have to do that either. If it was Texas or some random place, I'd be much more resistant. I am a New Yorker. Some of my best friends live there, so I love to go to the city. Both blank are leaving town on trips this week as well, so it's not too complicated week for us. Okay, all good. I'm sensing a desire to go and also have some you time, which is great. Win-win. I'll let them know. I think the game is to ask for virtual and then give in and send you. As a practice, we can't just keep giving her everything on exactly her terms. Why not? You've been doing it. Like I said, happy to go. Also totally fine. So basically, they're just going back and forth. They're going back and forth on where they're supposed to meet to do all this meetup and how to accommodate Blake Lively in this whole situation. And these are text messages that we did read when we read his filing to the New York Times. As April 24th approached, Lively gained approval rights over individual scenes. Editor 2. So are we keeping the thrust? Editor 1. I'll drink to that. Of course, I was planning on drinking anyways. And they have a little laughing emoji. That's going to end up being Blake's call, honestly. You can get her to keep it in, and it is in the it's in the movie when I get it back, it can stay in. She has approval of that scene because she had approval of all the intimacy scenes. Even for young Lily, I was just thinking the same thing. When she claimed she was unsafe, she redid the nudity rider to get approval of young Lily too. Got it. Happy Sunday. Waiting for my plane. Blake is watching the cut tonight, and we start around noon tomorrow. I'll check in with you guys when we wrap up in the evening. Sounds good, and safe travels. I think something good might come out of all of this. So far, every time this movie came up against adversity, it somehow worked out to make the movie even better. Why stop now? It's going to be great, and you're the perfect person to do the job. Safe travels. When she claimed she was unsafe, she redid the nudity rider. Okay. Got it. Okay. SMH. He was shaking his head. Because she wasn't a part of the writing the sex scene and didn't want a character depicting her to have sex in high school, honestly. It's all about control so she can get where she will be next week. All good. Hi, blank in blank room. Popping in now. So there's three people here, editor 2. We just finished up for the day, full day. Great. Should we all chat? Yes, but let me get out of the building, then I'll call. Editor 1. That was my thinking exactly. Of course. Jamie would like to join too. Justin Boat. Thank you again. So sorry you have to be in this position, yet no one better suited. Grateful for you. Finally, in April and May, lively extortionate threats coerced Sony to allow her to create her own cut of the film, a right that is exclusively reserved for directors. At Wayfarer and Sony's expense, and despite Baldoni and Wayfarer's rightful protest, Sony's reasons for acquiescing to these beyond unreasonable demands were clear. Sony told Wayfarer in no uncertain terms that Lively refused to promote the film unless her demands were met. Wayfarer, feeling increasingly cornered into agreeing to Lively's demand, attempted at least to require that Lively finally sign her engagement contract if her demands were to be met. Even this basic ask was refused, and Sony urged Wayfarer to give in. So we go through all of those tests. I'm not going to do that. What I want to do, because again, we are on page 80 of 179. I do want to go back and see what their claims were, because we'll be all day in all of this. And I think in my notes, I can leave. So there's 6. I might go 20. I want to get to the cause of actions. All right. So this is what I want to get to. What their cause of action for this claim is. Okay. So all that other stuff, we pretty much got the gist of what happened and how she was doing that. There was a couple of different lawsuits that you can go back and we can read and get all that other information. And you can definitely go back through this and read and get the information. And I will make an attempt to get this lawsuit get the article in which I pulled the lawsuit from, get that article put in there with you all. Okay. So let's read the first cause of action. Civil extortion against Lively, Reynolds, Sloan, and Vision, because we didn't get to read the stuff about the PR. And I'll do another video where I will read all the stuff about the PR. But this is 5 hours, and I have a couple of things I need to do before the night gets going. And so I'm going to have to redo that then. So let's read the first cause of action. Plaintiffs hereby repeat, reiterate, reallege, and incorporate by references each and every allegation of the complaint as set forth fully herein. Defendants made threats to plaintiffs that they knew to be wrongful, including threats to breach contracts, defame plaintiff, and injure. Defendants' threats include demands that money, property, service, or other source of value be conferred upon defendants without consideration or contractual entitlement thereto. Plaintiffs complied with the wrongful demands. Plaintiffs were harmed. Defendants' wrongful threats and demands were a substantial factor in causing plaintiffs harm. Upon information and belief, each of the defendants were aware that the other's other planned to commit the tort of extortion against plaintiffs, and that each of the defendants agreed with one another and intended that the wrongful acts pleaded hereon be committed. Accordingly, each of the defendants is equally liable to plaintiffs for the tort of extortion by reason of their conspiracy to commit the tort. Defendants have engaged in all the above conduct with oppression, fraud, and malice. Accordingly, plaintiffs are entitled to an award of punitive and exemplary damages in an amount to be proved at trial. Second cause of action, defamation against Lively, Reynolds, Sloan, and Vision. Plaintiffs hereby repeat, reiterate, reallege, and incorporate by reference each and every allegation of the complaint as if set forth fully herein. Defendants made one or more statements to persons other than plaintiffs, including without limitations in the New York Times, to the effect that plaintiffs engaged in, permitted, and or failed to prevent sexually inappropriate conduct toward Lively and others, and that plaintiffs retaliated against Lively and others for reporting the alleged sexual misconduct, including by propagating false and misleading narratives about Lively for the purpose of damaging her image and reputation. The persons to whom defendants made these statements reasonably understood that these statements were made about plaintiffs. The statement made by defendants were intended to and did have the effect of exposing plaintiffs to hatred, contempt, ridicule, or obliquity, or of causing them to be shunned or avoided, or having a tendency to injure them in their occupation. Specifically, the persons whom the defendants made the statements and reasonably understood the statements to mean that plaintiffs engaged in, permitted, and or failed to prevent sexually inappropriate conduct towards Lively and others, and that plaintiffs retaliated against Lively and others for reporting the alleged misconduct, including by propagating false and misleading narratives about Lively for the purpose of damaging her image and reputation. The statement made by defendants about plaintiffs were false. Furthermore, defendants knew the statements were false or had serious doubts about the truth of the statements. Defendants' false statements about plaintiffs to third parties were a substantial factor in causing harm to plaintiffs' property, business, trade, profession, and or occupation. Expenses plaintiffs had to pay as a result of the defamatory statements. Harm to plaintiff's reputation, and with respect to Baldoni and Heath, shame, mortification, and hurt feeling. Upon information and belief, each defendant was aware that the other planned to commit the tort of defamation against plaintiffs, and that each of the defendants agreed with one another and intended that the wrongful acts pleaded herein be committed accordingly. Each of the defendants is equally liable to plaintiffs for the tort of defamation by reason of their conspiracy to commit the tort. Defendants have engaged in the above alleged conduct with oppression, fraud, and malice. Accordingly, plaintiffs are entitled to an award of punitive and exemplary damages in an amount to be proven at trial. Third cause of action, false light invasion of privacy, California, by Baldoni, Heath, Nathan, and Abel against Lively, Reynolds, Sloan, and Vision. Plaintiffs Baldoni, Heath, Nathan, and Abel hereby repeat, reiterate, reallege, and incorporate by reference each and every allegation of the complaint as if set forth fully herein. As alleged herein above, defendants Lively, Reynolds, Sloan, and Vision publicly disclosed information or material regarding plaintiffs Baldoni, Heath, Nathan, and Abel's professional decisions, moral character, private life, and family, which showed Baldoni, Heath, Nathan, and Abel in a false light. The false light created by the disclosure of the defendants would be highly offensive and objectionable if a reasonable person in plaintiff's position, in that it made Baldoni, Heath, Nathan, and Abel the objects of scorn, pity, ridicule, humiliation, and other suffering. These defendants knew the public disclosures would create a false impression about Baldoni, Heath, Nathan, and Abel, or acted with reckless disregard for the truth. As a direct and proximate result of the said publicity and false and misleading disclosure, Baldoni, Heath, Nathan, and Abel sustained harm, including to their business and professions, as well as their reputations. Further, Baldoni, Heath, Nathan, and Abel have suffered and continue to suffer from grief and anxiety as a result of the wanton destruction of their public reputations and character. As a further direct and proximate result of the said disclosure, plaintiffs Baldoni, Heath, Nathan, and Abel have suffered loss of income and interference with further income. The conduct of defendants described herein was a substantial factor, excuse me, in causing plaintiffs Baldoni, Heath, Nathan, and Abel's harm, constituted a serious invasion of their rights to privacy, and was an egregious breach of social norms that shocked the conscience. And the fourth cause, breach of implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing against Lively. Plaintiffs hereby repeat, reiterate, reallege, and incorporate by reference each and every allegations of the complaint as set forth fully herein. Lively and plaintiffs entered into a contract by which Lively agreed to perform as an actor on the film It Ends With Us. Plaintiffs did all or substantially all of the significant things that the contract required them to do, or in the alternative, plaintiffs were excused from having to do those things. All of the conditions required, if any, for Lively's performance had occurred, or in the alternative were excused. Lively engaged in conduct that prevented plaintiffs from receiving the benefits contemplated under contract. Specifically, Lively interfered with the production by making repeated threats and demands in order to seize control over production, editing, and marketing of the film, such that the defendants were deprived of the opportunity to produce, edit, and market a film as contemplated by the contract. By doing so, Lively did not act fairly and in good faith. Fifth cause, intentional interference with contractual relationships against Reynolds and Lively. Plaintiffs hereby repeat, okay, we're not going to read that again. There was a contract between plaintiffs and William Morris Endeavor, WME. Defendants Lively and Reynolds knew of the contract. Defendants Lively, Reynolds prevented performance of contract or made performance more expensive or difficult. Specifically, under information and belief, Lively and Reynolds made threats and or demands to induce WME to cease performing under its contract with plaintiffs. Defendants Lively and Reynolds intended to disrupt the performance of this contract, or in the alternative, knew that disruption of performance was certain or substantially certain to occur. Plaintiffs were harmed. Defendants' conduct was a substantial factor in causing plaintiffs harm. Upon information and belief, each of the defendants, Lively and Reynolds, was aware that the other planned to commit the tort of intentional interference with contractual relations against plaintiffs, and that each of the aforementioned defendants agreed with one another and intended that the wrongful acts pleaded herein be committed. Accordingly, each of the aforementioned defendants is equally liable to plaintiffs for the tort of intentional interference with contractual relations by reason of their conspiracy to commit the tort. Defendant Lively and Reynolds have engaged in all the above alleged conduct with oppression, fraud, and malice. Sixth cause of action, intentional interference with prospective economic advantage against Reynolds and Lively. Plaintiff hereby, we didn't read that again. Plaintiffs and WME were in an economic relationship that probably would have resulted in an economic benefit to plaintiffs. Defendants Lively and Reynolds knew of that relationship. Defendants Lively and Reynolds engaged in wrongful conduct, specifically by making threats and or demands that WME terminate its economic relationship with plaintiffs. By engaging in this conduct, defendants intended to disrupt the relationship, or in the alternative, knew that the disruption of the relationship was certain or substantially certain to occur. The relationship was disrupted. Plaintiffs were harmed. Defendants' conduct was a substantial factor in causing plaintiffs harm. Upon information and belief, each of the defendants, Lively and Reynolds, was aware of the others' plan to commit the tort of intentional interference with prospective economic relations against plaintiff, and that each of the aforementioned defendant agreed with one another and intended that the wrongful acts pleaded herein be committed. Accordingly, each of the aforementioned defendants is equally liable to plaintiffs for the tort of intentional interference with prospective economic relations by reason of their conspiracy to commit the tort. Defendants Lively and Reynolds have engaged in the above alleged conduct with oppression, fraud, and malice. Accordingly, plaintiffs are entitled to an award of punitive exemplary damages amount to be proven in court and trial. Seventh cause, negligent interference with prospective economic advantage, Reynolds and Lively. Plaintiffs and WME were in an economic relationship that probably would have resulted in economic benefits to plaintiff. Defendants Lively and Defendants Lively and Reynolds knew of the relationship. Defendants Lively and Reynolds knew or should have known that this relationship would be disrupted if they failed to act with reasonable care. Defendants failed to act with reasonable care. Defendants engaged in wrongful conduct by threatening and or making demands that WME sever its economic relationship with plaintiff. The relationship was disrupted. Plaintiffs were harmed. Defendants' wrongful conduct and was a substantial factor in causing plaintiffs harm. Prayer for relief. For a plaintiffs pray for the following relief: for a money judgment representing compensatory damages, including consequential damages, lost wages, earnings, and all other sums of money, together with interest on those amounts, in an amount to be proven at trial, but in an event no less than $400 million. $400 million. I can't even fathom how you would get to all of that. For an award of money judgment for mental pain and anguish and severe and serious emotional distress as applicable in the amount to be proven as trial. For pre and post judgment interest, for punitive damage according to proof, for attorney's fees and costs incurred by plaintiffs as applicable, and for such other legal and equitable relief as courts deem appropriate. Plaintiffs demand a jury trial in all causes to be triable. And so they did this January 16th in New York, in Meister, Seelig, and Fine P. LLC. Ooh. Y'all. And we still got 80 more pages. I just went down to read what the causes for the end of this video. We still got 80 pages to go. I will definitely go and read those 80 pages. So what are y'all thinking? What are y'all thinking about all of this so far? He did say that. He was going to sue them into oblivion. He did say that. But y'all, this is a lot. This is a lot. And again, as you know, there's his truth, there's her truth, and then there's what's in the middle. And definitely, we're going to get to the PR company. The PR company dropped him because her New York Times complaint. You're talking about WME? Because they came, well, I don't know if they came out, but I do remember an article or something where Ryan Reynolds was saying that they didn't have anything to do with WME releasing Baldoni. But come on, WME has kept people as clients for far worse than what's going on here. So it's interesting that he got the axe for that New York Times complaint. That's interesting. Well, people, we do this every week. I do appreciate you all coming to join me as we read this thing. We're going to have a part 2 because this is 179 pages. And baby, it is a lot. And we're going to get to the PR part of this situation. I think he gave her a little and she took a lot with changes. But once she felt comfortable with JB, that was it. True. Good for him. There were other communications between the agents, Justin and Blake and Ryan. From what I saw, there seems that there was pressure to drop Justin. We're going to get into that. We're going to have a part 2. We're going to definitely get into that because reading part 1 took us, with the little 3 and 5 minute breaks, even I would say we continuously, it took about 5 hours. We're definitely going to get into that part because we've got to get into the PR section of this considerably. And we will do that. We'll do that tomorrow. And so it'll probably be anywhere. I'm in Central Standard Time, so it'll be anywhere from 1 to 2 o'clock Central Standard Time. But I'll go ahead and do a thumbnail just so that you all can see when we're going to get ready to do that particular live reading of this, because this is 179 pages. I'm telling you, this is the longest one that I've ever read, but I did want to get to the end. And when we get to the end of tomorrow, we'll reread the cause of actions again for that particular video as well. All right, people, we do this every week. Thank you all so much for watching. Y'all, please tell a friend, tell a kin, tell a coworker, tell that heifer that you can't stand that I'm over here making these videos. And as always, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye-bye.